7 minutes past the hour. Hello, welcome in. What up? 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Unscreened phone calls possibility here this hour. That could happen. Busy show on tap today. We got a lot to handle. You know, unless I'm wrong, Willamette has not spun. Unless I'm just having one of those moments.
We'll do it next week.
We did it twice Monday.
So that's on the table. That could happen today. Make sure you're registering your mama for Fix Mama's Mouth. If you have not and you're going, what are you talking about? We just go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and it's there. All the information you need to know. Our annual Fix Mama's Mouth with Dr. Dudney, a $15,000 makeover there on Mama's Grill is up for grabs, and go check that out. Make sure you register. All the steps are there. Very simple to do. So go there and check it out at rickandbubba.com. New merch in the store. We've been talking about that. Just click on store at rickandbubba.com, and you'll see some new merchandise that's available, and it's going quick, too. A lot of hot items there at rickandbubba.com. Click on store. It's Earth Day 2021. Greg's all fired up, wanting to know what he can do better.
I'm going to go burn a pile of debris.
Yeah.
How about that?
We'll have Greta Thunberg on the show later. No, I'm kidding. But no, that is happening today, so I'm sure the guys will be having a little bit of fun with that. And today's Rick and Bubba University podcast will be recorded with MLB Hall of Famer Tom Glavine. He will be a special guest this week on Rick and Bubba University. He is actually making a special appearance with the Alabama Baseball Coaches Association in the state of Alabama. Their 12th annual First Pitch Dinner and Silent Auction benefiting the Miracle League in Alabama. You know, a lot of cities are now cranking up Miracle Leagues, and it's a really big deal, and it's pretty special if you've ever been involved with one. And all proceeds from the dinner and silent auction will go to that. That's and good. So that's going to be a lot of fun for him. He's a special a guest speaker at the dinner and silent auction. So we'll talk to him about that, catch up with him. It's, you know, I think Peyton, his son's playing for Auburn, and so Auburn baseball, and so we'll just have a lot of fun with him and catch up with him. It's been a long time since he's been on the show. He was on the show, and I can't remember exactly when, but we got this from him.
Hey, this is Tom Glavine. I love to paint the corners. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
There you go. One. For some reason, we got Rick saying 3, 2, 1, and I have no idea why. I guess
I thought he was asking for a fastball.
Yeah. I think what it is that's when we asked for him live and actually recorded it into there live. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know why it says 1 in there, but anyway, he is our special guest today. Laughing in the mic right there, zipped all the way up.
Yep.
It's one Helmsy over to my right, fired up is Greg, and Adler's right in there. Got everything rolling in HD. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
I done
y'all
found
good?
me something to be happy about.
What you got?
Yeah,
I know it's Earth Day.
It's good.
Stoffer's has announced.
Mm-hmm. Bring it.
Limited time only this summer.
Come
Combination lasagna and mac and cheese called lasagna-mac. Check that, baby. Look at that right there.
Ooh, talk to
Two
Daddy.
great tastes that taste great together. How you like that?
Stoffer's puts out good products.
That
This is
sounds
for
good.
a limited time. The new dish is called
Watch your
lasagna-mac. Will be exactly what it sounds like. That's lasagna with a layer of mac and cheese in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I like it.
I like it a lot.
Where we're going to find it, they'll make it where you can't find it. And
Sure.
it'll become a big deal.
Yeah.
I wish I had one right now.
I wish we were sharing one right there, just sitting right there, and we
You
just
talking
had
about
3
lasagna-mac?
forks, and we were just getting into it whenever we want to.
Up some lasagna-mac.
Yeah.
You know, I don't eat enough lasagna.
I love it.
We don't have
I ate it
lasagna a
yesterday
lot.
from
It's in my
Olive Garden.
top 3
Ooh,
of
I
all
got
time.
money.
Oh, me too.
It's in
Yeah.
my top 3 of all time.
Absolutely.
Of all time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My mother makes really good lasagna, and like for your birthday and stuff, you get to pick what you want.
Yeah.
And I'll eat so much I can't even move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's just say,
Good stuff.
all right, just go with me on this, okay? You've been on death row,
Mhm.
and you're about to be put to death, all right? I mean, they're like, hey, tomorrow you're being executed, all right? What do you want for your last supper? Your last dinner, the last thing to eat? What do you want? Are you going lasagna?
I think I probably go.
It's considered, but I may go steak.
Yeah.
You know.
Steak.
Good ribeye.
Get a good ribeye, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
It would be between the
also in my top 3.
Okay.
And the only reason I hadn't done those 1 and 2 is because I know there's a third out there I'm just not thinking of right now, and I want to leave it open.
Do you think anybody ever ask you, well, I'll take a bowl of cereal?
Fruit Loops. Bring me some Fruit Loops.
All right, so I've got a little something here for y'all. You're talking about, ooh, look at
Fried
this.
chicken
good.
would be in the mix too, probably if I'm in that situation.
Yeah.
You know about me and chicken.
Oh, hey, please don't get him started
Just
on
a
chicken.
bucket of fried chicken.
Good gracious.
Hey, bring out before y'all kill me. Bring me in a bucket of fried chicken.
All right, so I know this one here, and I'm pointing to Greg. Loves him some bacon. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he loves him some bacon, but he likes it certain ways to the point where when we order breakfast, you have to put special instructions
that's
on.
rigged.
Oh, it's got to be crispy.
I wouldn't mind it crispy.
Right. And
Where y'all
I,
at?
I'd rather be
understand
crispy
that.
than slimy.
Where y'all at on the $1 million bacon they're doing these days?
What's that?
I haven't
we
had it.
some at that restaurant the other day.
Oh,
yeah. Oh.
I don't need that on my bacon.
It's just good, the little glaze.
Yeah, I don't
They
need
call
that.
it $1 million.
Yeah, I don't
bacon.
need the glaze. I mean, it's okay,
Mhm.
but I just soon have bacon.
Hollering.
Okay.
Don't mess.
You
with
were
it. Hey,
getting loud about
I
that.
gotta
Don't
holler.
mess with bacon.
Uh-huh.
I agree.
Well, all right, let me ask you this. When you say don't mess with bacon.
I'm talking
All
about.
right, there's this new thing called corkscrew-shaped bacon. All right, and that's where you twist the bacon into a corkscrew shape before you cook it in the oven. You'll
I
end
don't
up
cook
with
bacon in
crispy
the oven.
and chewy bacon, and they're claiming it's
But who
it's the
cooks
best
bacon
you'll
in
ever
the
have.
oven?
Oh,
I
we
don't
do all
know.
the time. That's
I
good
don't.
stuff.
I've never done
Well,
that.
you're talking down and
I ain't saying
streaming.
it's not good. I've just never done it.
Yeah, we've done that.
Does it make
We got a
mess?
little tray. No, because you have a little topping tray that has holes in it, and that's where you lay the bacon, and then you have a tray underneath so it catches all the grease, nice and crispy.
Bring
and
it.
good. And who knows if this is the fact, but the fact the grease is dropping and getting off there, it's a little healthier.
Oh, healthy bacon.
No, I didn't, Greg. I just said that's what they say. I don't say that. I've never looked at a piece of bacon when I tell you what, man.
I'm
doing better today.
Yep, got me some bacon.
But they do.
2 pounds.
They do say that.
Have
I
y'all
mean,
ever
that's just
had
part of the selling
corkscrew-shaped
point.
bacon? That's what I want
I
to know.
have not,
No.
but I would like to.
Twist it up, and the reason it jumped out at me because they said it's extremely crispy, and I know how you like crispy
Yeah,
bacon.
I've done got
I gotta
lazy
have it
though.
crispy.
I'll just get the microwave bacon that's
Yeah,
already cooked,
yeah.
throw it in there, and overcook it.
Yeah.
Some of that's not bad.
I mean, you can get 2 Eggos and bacon in less than 5 minutes. It's hard to beat.
Yeah.
How about when we go places and where we used to, and I won't call them out, but there's actually one place that I look forward to their breakfast, but their bacon's not good. It's like it's real thick and it's not crispy.
Oh, the
Well,
thick.
I
ooh,
always.
you know?
That's why I always order. Hey, make sure the bacon's well done.
Yeah, this is more
you
of
talking
a
about that
buffet
thick
kind
bacon
of
like you buy in the meat department?
yeah, it's just real.
I'm not huge on
There's that corkscrew stuff there. There it is, all twisted up.
that corkscrew.
Ooh, that does look good.
Yeah, there's that
Like, I
bacon
may
right
try
there.
that.
Adler's showing pictures of it.
May try that.
But the rest of here's what's so weird about this place. The rest of the breakfast is so good. It's like it's all so good, and there's that bacon flop down there, just half done and thick.
It ruins it.
Yeah, dang it. But all right, so you got the corkscrew bacon, and you got this new lasagna and mac and cheese mixture.
Yeah, I like that. Now I'm hungry.
What's it called again?
Lasagna-mac.
Lasagna-mac.
Yeah, that's real hard, but yeah.
Lasagna-mac.
It
All right,
looks
now,
good.
All right, I am starving now.
I like it.
Whoever's eating, eat for us. We got a little bit. All right, 15 minutes past the hour. Helmsy's taking a sip. He's good and fired up.
I'm just excited to be here. I about put myself in a big embarrassing handle yesterday.
Oh, wow. Oh, look, there's our golfer walking in. Bubba's here.
There he is.
He's ready to go. Should I be concerned he's already limping? Huh? All right, we'll have to figure out what your handle was, too.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell ya, don't hate me 'cause I get attention.
21 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. The number 866 We Be Big kickoff hour is live, and we thank you for being with us. As always, your calls are welcome. You help produce this hour. They could be unscreened, but we could take them live, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you're on the air. But that is a possibility here during the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba University this week will feature Tom Glavin. Look forward to catching up with him. It's been a long time since he's been on the show. We'll catch up with him. That's this week's Rick and Bubba University podcast. All that will drop on Saturday morning, but it's recorded today. Also, Will and Meat could spin. You got Fix Mama's Mouth registration at rickandbubba.com. A whole lot there. Also, new merch in the store. Go to rickandbubba.com for all the information. All right, so Helmsy, you said, and it's pretty common here on the Rick and Bubba Show, one of us is always doing something that either embarrasses us or we can't go anywhere with something happening.
Well, this
was
on me completely.
It was completely on you.
But I just about put myself in a situation that was going to embarrass me, embarrass the family, and embarrass the kid. Kid, one of my kids and another kid that I was picking up.
Wow.
A friend.
Multiple kid embarrassment.
So busier than normal day yesterday. All good. Love those days. You don't have time to really do anything, and just getting after it. Right. And had picked Maddie up and was doing some stuff at the house, and my carpool alarm went off. Grabbed my phone. I had some work stuff that I thought, well, you know what, this would be a good time for me to grab it. So I grabbed my laptop, grabbed a notebook, and here I am out going to get Maddie. I get her, I drop her off, run inside with her, use the restroom, run back to the car to go get the
a lot of running.
To Caroline and one of her buddies. I get in the carpool line, and I look down.
Oh, no.
And I have zero gas.
Oh.
Zero.
So you didn't have any, okay.
Zero gas.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it is so far on empty that it's not even giving me mileage anymore.
Uh-oh.
And I don't know how long it's been like that. Like, it may have been like that yesterday, for all I know.
I always want to know how far to go.
Well, I feel good about it now because I barely got at. So
I wish you'd run out in the line.
Well, here's the thing. You got to understand about carpool.
I messed up.
Can somebody
when I pull in and I get settled,
I'm settled.
I'm as far out as I can be from getting Caroline.
Oh.
But I'm also trapped.
Yeah.
There's 3 lanes and I can't go anywhere. And so
the only thing worse is a stomach attack.
I start panicking. Like I'm really like, so this is the day I run. I've never run out of gas before. This is going to be the day I do. Like I'm 43 and I'm about to run out of gas.
You're getting a plan in your mind on what? How close is the gas station? I got to walk. Oh, I got to have a can.
Yeah.
Every time I would stop,
block the line up. Everybody's gonna be mad at you.
Yeah. That's all I can think about. Was I'm about.
Who's this idiot?
So we were and here's
why
what
has he got a zip up on?
I'm the guy that
problem.
Whether
get that peak out of the way.
Every time I stop, or even a lot of times, if I just have a few minutes, I'll stop at the gas station to fill up. Even if it's like $4 or $5. If it's only $4 or $5 to fill up, I fill up. I keep mine full all the time.
Interesting.
Well, here's the problem. We went on vacation, and we took one car, and this particular car has been sitting in the garage the whole time and really hadn't been driven other than Amanda drove it to work. Yep. I've drove it one time, and we've just kind of forgot about this car. And so I never, because of my busyness and grabbing and trying to hurry, guys, y'all don't realize. So then I get to Caroline and the girl that's with us, and I said, hey, I've messed up. Now,
y'all get ready to
their next trip is to tennis practice, which if we got to stop and get gas, you're going to be late for.
Yeah.
I said, so here's the deal. I have messed up here. I've got to get gas.
Yeah.
Like I was calling Caroline and of course they can't answer their phone.
Right.
That was panicking that much. I was going to get her to actually come out sooner. And I was, and so, but she wouldn't answer.
Caroline, run to the car.
Dad, I can't answer the phone in there.
Run.
But anyway, so it's been a long time since I've had that kind of anxiety of sitting in a situation like that.
Right.
Because I really thought I was going to run it. And so much so that
I kind of wish you had.
I'm sitting there,
sitting there
mapping out, okay, when I get them, where is the closest gas station? Which, by the way, is right here next to the studio. Right there by the Starbucks. And then the next closest one is across the street. That one's actually more convenient to where I got to go next. But I'll be honest, I went here because I was so scared. I didn't know that I had enough to get across the street.
Right. Yeah.
You'd have hung out in the middle of that median.
There was so
Well, at least
much
you know
weight.
now what your car, how far it'll go.
There was so much weight lifted off my shoulders when I pulled in that gas station. I mean, I was like, so you're going to be that guy. This is not like you.
How about when you've gotten close enough to a gas station, you go, I can coast in from here, I think.
Well, that's
I got
speed
this.
going downhill.
Caroline actually asked me that as I was coming right by the Publix. She goes, what if you don't make it? I said, well, one of two things. I said, your mother is in that Publix right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll deal with it, and she can just pick you up.
Yeah.
But I said, I think I can coast on in from here. I think we're good.
Close.
Telling you.
Close.
I mean, I was really bothered. Like, I had to give myself a little evaluation yesterday, talk to myself, coach myself up, talk down to me a lot. Hey, buddy, it's easy. Just I know you're busy and you're grabbing stuff. You got deadlines. Get all that.
Yeah.
You can look at the gas gauge.
Yeah.
You can do that.
JC called me the other night. He had the same thing happen to him, and he called me, and he was probably 20 minutes from his apartment, and he was in one of the adjacent towns to where his college is, and he called me. He goes, I've messed up. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, I just hadn't paid attention to the gas, and it doesn't even give me, you've got this, it's below E, and it just says low fuel, and it just doesn't even give me a number. I'm like, oh boy, all right.
Yeah.
And so I said, well, I'll stay with you here, and let's see what happens. I don't know what I can do if you do run out, but get a plan. He made it, but thank goodness, Well,
I thought my 43-year streak was over. I really did.
Yeah. It's been.
Have y'all ever been?
I'm not going to say when my last time is because I feel like I'll mojoed me myself, but I guess I can monitor my gas, and maybe that's not a mojo.
What I was going to ask
I
is.
can't remember the last time I ran.
I used to run out of gas a lot.
Really?
I think I was in college when I ran out.
Well, that was going to be my question was, have y'all ever been in that situation, maybe not even driving, just with someone else where you ran out of gas? And I've never been in that situation.
I've ran out.
Yeah. I had a run in college where I'd run out.
I ran out in college when I remember I ran out just driving because I coasted, made it to the gas station one time.
Yeah.
It shut down, and I was like, okay, I got enough speed. I'm good. That was a long time ago because I was where I was raised at.
They build cars much different now than they did back in the 80s and even 90s. And I think if you run them out of gas now, you can't just put gas in them and take off, can you? I think it messes. I think there's some. If not, my dad did a really good selling point on that because that's what he would tell me. Hey, it ain't like you can. Maybe he was just telling me that so I'd understand the severity of running out of gas. But
it was. I forget how long ago it was, but it's been a while. So I'm getting up to speed. Getting up on an exit to get on the interstate, and coming off the exit was a guy, poor soul, with a little bitty gas tank. And there was a gas station right there at the corner, so he was basically almost there. So I got he was literally there. So anyway, I'm getting up to speed, people behind me, and boom, I'm going. I see him, and I'm like, huh. And so I get on the interstate, and I go, and it was on. It was miles away, and then you see a little car sitting there. I'm like, wow. So he's been walking that far. Good night, a lot. Yeah. How about running out of gas as a loser?
Yeah.
You almost did it with your kids in the car.
Yeah, in front of a bunch of people.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. I knew this would get you going, Greg.
Oh, that's
Tom
a good
Sawyer, if you are watching on YouTube. Little Gregory loves this one.
Little Greg.
All right, guys. We got a hospital worker in Italy. It's under investigation for allegedly skipping out on work. Okay, and you think,
that happens.
Skipping out on work. Well, for 15 years, been skipping out on work.
And getting paid full salary.
Full salary.
So basically,
15 years.
They thought he was there. Now, how?
I know.
No, so we got to ask a bunch of questions here.
Yeah.
So is he coming like a couple days a week and then not coming the other days, or has he not been there in 15 years?
Well, here's the deal.
He's dubbed by the Italian press. They call him the king of absentees.
Yes. Allegedly has made $647,000 in total after being assigned as a civil servant for a hospital in the southern region there of Italy since 2005. The 67-year-old worker and 6 managers at the hospital are under investigation by police for fraud, abuse of office, and extortion, which is part of a larger investigation into fraud in the public sector in that country. Apparently, the accusations are that he just skipped out on work and never came, and
somebody they
continued
were paying
to
him
get
like he
paid
was there.
full-time salary. Yeah, and there was others in on it. That's why there's others being investigated. Matter of fact, he was accused of threatening the hospital's former director to keep her from reporting him.
Yes.
And after she retired, neither her replacement nor human resources even noticed that he was absent and not showing up for work. So he just continued to get paid, not for 15 days. 15 months would be a biggie.
Yeah.
15 years.
Have you seen here, they say in this particular sector of the country, Italy, that missing work is a frequent problem. Absenteeism, they call it. Found women using their husband's staff cars to clock them into work and others clocking before going canoeing, shopping, or taking a nap.
So it's hard.
They'll clock in and leave and go canoeing.
So you mean it's hard to get people to work and care about their job and give you a full day?
Yeah.
You know, and Rick's always said,
if you let
this.
people do stuff, they're going to choose this part.
Yeah. Looked at that area of the world, and that's our future here.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're headed.
So
but
15 years, like I say, I guess he had to be cutting some of these people in on his money.
to have, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Clocking him in and acting like he was there. Does anyone, though, realize, I hadn't seen,
well, that's
so-and-so in 15 years.
Well, I think that's why I thought that he was going, a couple days here, there. And
maybe.
I don't know, but here's what's so weird about it. This, when
he's the king of absenteeism.
When the hospital's director retired, the replacement nor human resources for the hospital even noticed that he was not there. So I mean, how do you just go?
Like, what was his
unnoticed?
duties and how were they being done?
Right.
What was it? What did he say he was? A civil something?
A civil servant,
whatever that means.
What's that mean? It must not mean much. If you can miss it for 15 years and nobody realized you didn't do the job, so it must not be a very important job.
No, not at all.
I mean, and where's the civil servant at? We can't get nothing done around here. Where's he at? Evidently that's not the case.
All right, so if you're clocking in and stuff like that, did he have somebody clocking him in?
Evidently.
So that's why I guess the investigation includes so many people.
Yeah, there's some people in on it.
But
I don't know if he's the only. There's probably other people doing the same thing. He just is the king of absentees because 15 years he's been doing this. 15 years.
6 managers at the hospital are under investigation. So they were obviously looking the other way. But I would have to ask him, why am I working and you're not? Why am I clocking you in?
He was kicking them back. Yeah. Had to be kicking them a little money.
Yeah.
They probably had a lot of employees doing. That's probably what the investigation.
All right, so think about 15 years of your life previous to this.
Oh, yeah.
All right, of this moment right here. For that long, he's been not working.
Well, I've been here for 13 years. So.
Okay, well, there you go.
I mean.
And getting paid. Picture it.
Well, I've been getting up at 3:47 for 13 years. He's been kayaking, canoeing.
Yeah.
Taking naps.
And if you wonder why Helmsy said 47, it went through 3:47, because if you wake up at the time we do, every minute counts.
Yeah.
Well, so plus I want to get the jump on the 4 a.m. guy. I want to be getting out of the shower when the 4 a.m. guy wakes up. I feel like I got an advantage on the day.
Yeah, there you go.
Ahead of him anyway.
But it's not 3:45; it's 3:47.
It is,
and those 2
3:47.
minutes matter.
Yeah, they do.
And if you don't think so,
Yeah.
How about there's this? If I'm like a few minutes later than I normally leave, and it happens.
yeah.
There's from my house to the main highway, you got a lot of back roads.
Mm-hmm.
Well, every time if I'm just a little bit late, there's this one truck that gets in front of me and he goes slow.
Yes.
Every time.
Gosh.
And I'm on a road, I can't pass him until I get to the main road. So I have to stay behind him now. When I get on the main road, I blow by him.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm a little bit late, I look and I see him turning. I'm like, God.
You're like, dadgummit.
Red. I ain't gonna say what kind of
Right.
truck he might
Do
be.
you think he sees your truck and goes, "Oh, there's that guy behind me"?
It's on my tailgate. It's so funny.
Mine's a little white car.
I'll be right there. It's this little dog leg, and he'll beat me through it. And I'm like, well, I got to stay behind him until we get to the main road.
Do you wonder what those people do? You ever want to just pull them over and go, "Hey, what's your day like? Where you headed? What are you doing?"
Well,
I see
evidently he's
one
going
of-
to work because it's every day.
I only see one of two people when I come in. The paper guy, he's got his flashers on, throwing papers in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
See him about every day. Sometimes follow him all the way in because a lot of times his route brings him right here to the studio.
You ever ask if you can have a paper?
No. I have thought. There was one moment, you'll play the what if game. I thought, what if I was going behind him and picking them all up one morning just to see what kind of handle I could have for everybody not getting their paper. And then I usually see a police officer about one every 3 days, just sitting out here kind of monitoring things. And sometimes
always,
back by the church and, those
You'll
things.
see the police right here.
And then there's
It's a good
always
thing.
there's always this light right out here in front.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, on certain days, it will stay green for the people this way, not 31, not the main. And so there'll be cars sitting there going, why is this thing not? There are no cars around. And I'm sitting there going, I come through, and I'm like, sorry, guys, this is,
I'm going to tell you.
don't know how long it's been green, but it's really helped me.
At the top of the hill here, the way I come, that one, you have to sit there, there, and sit there. There ain't nobody coming.
You get mad about it?
You run it too.
I
do it. I look both ways. I treat it like a stop sign that early sometimes. You have to.
Because it's slow.
It is. And there's certain days where this one is. There's certain days where, and I've kind of got in my mind which days they are now. And it changes too, which is weird. But sometimes now I'll come here and then turn right and go up and get in the median and come back down because it takes forever to change. Yeah. And I'm afraid that if I sit there and treat it like because I see the police officers around here, I'm afraid they're going to pull me over for treating it like a stop sign. But I have treated that when you're talking about.
Yeah, he'll sit there forever.
Yeah.
And then nobody will come by.
Not a soul. Maybe the paper route guy.
Maybe. And that's the dying breed, paper route.
I know.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't even take the paper anymore. I used to love to read it. I just read it on the computer.
Yeah.
I tell you who loves the paper. That's my dad.
Oh, I'm with him.
By the way, they evidently, I probably shouldn't say this. I'm going to anyway. This was about a month ago, Gadsden Times. Okay, that's where he his paper. And he loved, that's his thing he does. He loves to get up in the morning and go out there. And Mom's been trying to tell him, you do realize you can read the same thing online.
Oh, no, he wants
there.
it.
No, I want it.
No, I feel his pain.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Don't remember that. Don't forget that. And he hadn't got his paper for like a week.
Yeah.
And he's called and called, can't get anybody to answer, and he's mad. He goes up there.
Goes up there
Yeah.
to file.
Now, you talk to a guy that still goes and pays bills and walks in a building and pays bills. He's that guy. Okay. And so he went up there, was banging on the door, and was like, hey, there was one lady in there, probably had nothing to do with anything.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Cleaning lady.
And she after a while, she opened the door, and he was like, I ain't had my paper in about a week. What's going on, y'all? And anyway,
he just wanted to know.
Got to the bottom of it, and now he's getting his paper back.
Well, he had to go up there and cure it.
Yeah.
That and we've brought this up, but
that's how far he took it. By the way,
this shows you how
went up there. Yeah,
how long we've been doing the show. That's how we do show prep now. The way we did show prep is that we would get papers and then cut out the stories that we liked, or I would circle them or highlight them, and the guys would look at newspapers to get the news.
How about that?
I used to love the paper, and I still do. I just quit taking it, but like the Sunday paper, the thick one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more, and your dad's probably this way too. I like it for the local sports and stuff. High school.
Yeah,
he loves
that. Get anywhere else.
Right.
I like that. But I mean, how about this? If you were a paper route person, there's probably not that many available anymore. Not the demand.
No. I told him, I said, hey, why don't you do it? I said, you looking for something to do, retired, got to like you like it. Why don't you just deliver the papers in the morning? Then you'll know that it's
have
there
your
at
own
the
papers.
house.
Yeah.
Because you're always looking for some kind of part-time gig or something to do because you're bored out of your mind.
yeah.
You're retired.
Yeah.
And no, he don't want to get up that early. That was the thing on that.
I
don't blame him either.
They get up early.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about looking through the classifieds like for a puppy or something?
I tell you what I want to do.
Yeah, something
He
to
says,
sell.
I tell you what I want to do. I want to see it laying in the yard when I wake up. That's what I want to do.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay. Hey, I understand. I get it. I would too.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back 15 minutes till top of the hour. We have one more segment here in the kickoff hour. And then Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Be sticking around today. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com. Click on contest to register your mom and fix mama's mouth. Also, we have new merchandise in the store. Just click on store and check that out as well. A lot happening. Go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. This portion of the show brought to you by MyPillow.com. That's MyPillow.com. MyPillow.com products. I tell you what, there's something else. I know we have My Pillows. Every night. We each have our own pillow, but don't let me. I never thought. Let me ask you this: it's been a while since I've had to go somewhere and spend the night. But as an adult, I've been that guy that has brought my pillow with
I took mine last week on vacation.
Is that bad? Is that? Do I lose my man card, Greg?
Nah, I don't do it because I just don't have to keep up with something else.
Right. Well, I throw it in the back, and then there it is. But right now they've got at MyPillow.com. They've got their new premium My Pillows for $40 off. MyPillow.com is where you need to go for these great savings. And the premium My Pillow, you can get that $40 off with promo code Bubba under the radio listener square at MyPillow.com. That's promo code Bubba, and unlock those big savings on all their products too at MyPillow.com. Again, you want to click the radio listener square and then use promo code Bubba. That's going to get you $40 off their new premium My Pillow, plus unlock some great savings on other products there at MyPillow.com, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're hopping around a little bit, talking about different things. I had a little moment with Terry the other day where I tried to embarrass her, and I'll do this. And again, I don't know what's wrong with us, and I don't know why we do it. If she doesn't know I'm coming up behind her in the kitchen, I'll scare her, and I don't know why I do that. It's like, what's wrong with you, honey? Why do you do that? That's what she asks me all the time. So you know how we try to embarrass each other if we ever get on the elevator and there's another stranger that walks in or something, we'll bring up a very uncomfortable conversation. And
most people don't do that, but yeah, we do.
Yeah, and boy, there's been some good moments in Rick and Bubba history where a staff member really gets the other one on her. The biggest thing is how's the doctor say that's going to clear up, or and then the other person can hear you, and it's a very uncomfortable moment, and they're trying not to laugh, and it's just embarrassing. So the other night, Terry and I were going into a baseball game. Imagine that. And we were walking, up a sidewalk that kind of it narrowed to where you couldn't be multiple people. You had to kind of get in line to get past everybody. And there was this elderly man that was carrying a couple of chairs, and you could tell he was waiting on his wife or somebody. And we kind of merged at the same time, and so we stopped and said, "Hey, you go ahead." And so we were right behind him. I'm talking about I could reach out and touch his shoulder. And I said, "Oh, I'm gonna get Terry," because I knew he could hear. And I said, "So, honey, I didn't talk to you. I mean, did the doctor say that the rash is it gonna clear up?" Whatever. And she looked at me, and she'll have this little Julia Roberts vein that comes out up her forehead if she gets embarrassed or starts to laugh. And I saw it, and it's like, "What is wrong with you?" But it was a proud moment. She said, "Well, I don't know. You should know. You gave it to me."
Oh, that is a good one.
And I went. Wow. I looked at her. And I could see the guy kind of move his shoulders a little bit, like he kind of chuckled a little bit to himself. And she got me, but there was a proud moment where I went, "That's good.
That was quick.
That was great."
Yeah.
But I thought I had her.
Good reaction.
Because she is the worst. She cannot handle uncomfortable moments like that. And I'll try to get her as much as I can, which means there's something terribly wrong with me. But anyway, I just wanted to tell you it was a proud moment
well played.
Yeah. I mean, just great delivery. You gave it just a second to breathe, and then hit it back. I was like, "Well, good night." And you could tell the guy, he didn't want to turn around, but he heard every bit of it. He heard it.
And you were like,
then he ended up stopping and letting us go by. Well, he claimed he was waiting on his wife, but I think he wanted to get out. I think he was just uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yes, Speedy.
Today is Earth Day, so we'll have fun with that. Biden's got his Earth Day
When's
summit.
Annie Litter coming?
Oh, yeah.
I think she did reach out.
She did.
To one of the guys.
She's still around.
I wish she would have came.
She is still around.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Well, I mean, she's a nice lady. She
she
don't want
is.
you throwing trash.
I
This is probably a different
I
one
didn't say
now.
she was mean.
Is this a different one? Because don't they rotate? It's not the same person, is it? I mean, we've had the same one every time she's been
right.
on,
Yeah, I think she's the same.
I don't know. I mean,
You think they got different ones?
I think so.
So, is this
So you
like?
think-
So wait a minute, time out. So you think they treat this like they do mascots at a university? They rotate them.
Absolutely.
I've never heard that before.
Well, think about it.
So you think like maybe her granddaughter's doing it now?
No, I'm just saying that there's probably more than one anti-litter. They got them in different areas.
I don't know.
I bet you.
I
don't know.
We'll have to investigate.
I just assumed the one that reached out to, I think it was Bubba this week, was the same one that
Right.
we've had the
yeah, and I don't
past
know.
with.
I don't know anybody that just likes to litter, right?
Yeah, I can't.
I don't. So I
yeah.
mean, I think everybody needs to pick up.
Really
trash.
bothers me. I don't
Right.
like it.
Yeah, but there was an uncomfortable moment that I'm sure they'll talk about on the show where James Spann, Annie Litter, were
that actually
on
came
together.
up when.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, James, he didn't. That she really wasn't the target for that.
No.
She just stepped in it.
yeah,
and had to
she
get the
did.
brunt of it.
Right.
Because I don't think she was really worried about climate change. I think she just wants you to pick trash out.
Right, and I get that.
Yeah.
You know, even though the guys have said that they feel like there does need to be litter zones. You know how there's sections of the interstate where it says, it cleans up.
It
Just,
does.
Hey, this section, this quarter of a mile, throw whatever you want out.
It does make sense because it turns out people are going to throw stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my dad always used to say, I must live one beer away from the grocery store because he'd always find beer cans in his yard.
That's a good
He's like, oh, I must be one beer from the store.
Yeah, throw it out. Up, gotta go.
You know, we need to get it and throw it in the trash when he got his paper.
When he picked his paper up, picked the cans up.
Yep. Funny.
Have
Funny,
you ever
funny.
seen people that collect cans and they would put them in their driveway and drive over them to flatten them so they can? I've pulled up to his houses, well, when I'd worked before, and their whole driveway would be aluminum cans, and that's how they would just throw them out
That's
there.
how they
And then once
crushed
they
'em?
got so many, they would take them and cash them in.
Mm.
That's
Looked
interesting.
real good,
I was
Yeah.
going to say.
beautiful.
Great presentation
Yeah,
there.
it was
Yeah.
awesome.
Do y'all know those? Do y'all have those?
Kind of a
y'all seen
rural
those
area.
people that have those can crushers that they really
Mhm.
dedicated
yeah.
to it?
Yeah.
I'm
It
not
don't
going-
pay
I
enough
just
for
can't
that-
go that
for the
far with
effort.
it.
It don't
Yeah.
pay enough for the effort.
Could we table a story that we didn't get to today for tomorrow?
Is it
course.
about any litter?
No, I just wanted to see his face. The headline: Rap music and strong coffee make you drive better.
Okay.
I just the commentary in the story.
Well, I got the
that
strong
one right
coffee.
there.
I
Yeah,
just
you
don't
got
have
pretty.
the rap.
I'm pretty focused when I'm jamming and got the coffee. I admit there may be something to this.
Let's do a little NWA while you drinking
Greg.
your coffee. Straight out of Compton.
We know.
Good movie. Language is rough.
Well, that's why we were kind
Good
of
movie,
looking at
though.
you.
When you talk about the music business and all and how it works.
Right, cover it up.
Now, if the F-bomb bothers you, you better stay away from it.
You're still talking.
You better stay way away from it.
Take another sip.
Yeah, hurry up. Take a sip, real quick.
Yeah,
Take a sip.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
waking on their blubber.
866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you
Gonna be a
for
big
being with us. This hour starts
fat. We'll
with the
get
national
you
anthem.
very-
It is 8.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we get ready to walk through another day together. Anybody smell the smell of meat? I smell it. Wheel of Meat still hasn't spun, so it could happen on the program today. You know it's going to happen tomorrow if it didn't happen today, so you might want to turn up the intensity on you Wheel of Meat people. It could happen and will happen today or tomorrow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here. And we will lock arms with you and walk through the stories of the day. I look forward to chatting with you at the number I've already given you. 866 We Be Big, as we'll hear what's on your mind today and the things that you would like to discuss. Another Rick and Bubba University podcast will be recorded today. And how about this? We'll be interviewing Tom Glavine, one of the greatest pitchers in Major League Baseball. And we will talk to Hall of Famer Tom Glavine on Rick and Bubba University. The podcast today, it will be out this weekend. Enjoy that conversation. Right there, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How are you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, headed to, 27 plus years?
That's it. That's right.
Hey, how about that? That's a lot of alarm clocks.
It is. A lot of times. Somebody say Saturday night. Saturday night, the moon was bright and shine.
wind, and fire.
And we found out there were a few more elements, Rick, through good science over time.
That's right. Speaking of that, I'm looking in the stack today, and I see a lot of Earth Day talk.
Oh, yeah.
Is that this weekend?
It's right now.
Today's Earth Day?
Today's Earth Day.
Today is? I thought it was May 1st.
No, Bubba, that's Communist Day. When our
I thought they were on the same day.
our little communists celebrate.
See, I thought that was the same day, which I think that was part of the tie-in.
So today is the 23rd or 2nd?
22nd, yeah.
Oh, my gosh, it's Earth Day.
Yeah.
Today,
I really did think it was the 1st. That's why I didn't answer Annie Litter's email any quicker than I did.
Yeah, and we spoke about that in the kickoff hour today, the history of that and span.
You know, she wanted to come
moment.
back on. She emailed. She's back.
I
She
think you
retired, and now she's back.
She comes back more than Jason and them Friday 13th movies.
Oh, boy.
Rick, it is one of my personal favorite moments
Earth
on
Day.
this show that we've ever had is when James Litter. Oh my goodness.
James Litter.
James Spann. James Spann just ate Annie Litter up.
Oh, gosh.
was
And
scary.
Greg has made the point, too, and I hate to say it.
Because James Spann is so beloved and so nice, and everybody loves James, and he saved everybody's life at least once in our part of the world. And I've just never seen him launch on somebody like
he
that,
got her.
but it was very deserving.
Well, Greg made
Like
the
a
point.
hook echo.
Well, Greg,
I mean,
Greg made
I
the
saw a
point.
debris ball.
Greg
Boy.
made the point that James had a speech that he had packed and ready.
Yeah.
Yes.
And really, what she was doing didn't really call
It
for what he
didn't.
had to say.
I think his was supposed to be an Ed Begley.
I think he was pointing his at Ed Begley Jr. and Annie Litter got caught in crossfire.
But she's wanted everybody to clean the side of the road up a little bit.
She just wanted everybody to clear the side of the road.
You know.
But
Bad timing on her part.
but she comes from that.
Look,
that
she's
Earth Day side.
Yeah, well, I don't think she's the militant environmentalist group. I think she's trying to just, hey, fight against pollution, but you got to be careful because you'll veer over into this, wacky world of indoctrination.
Yes,
Well, the problem is where Annie.
And I actually have a great email on that I'm going to share with y'all today that Dad sent us.
Okay, good. But Annie Litter, unfortunately, and Greg, I know what you're trying to say, and I hear what Bubba's trying to say, but the truth of the matter is the problem in between. The Annie Litters of the world are not allowed to live their life and not be pulled by them into the crazy Earth Day people. They won't let her be separate. You know what I mean? They think her desire to, what we all really should desire is to not have a bunch of trash up and down the road.
Yeah.
They think that she belongs with them. And what they should just allow her to do is be independent and let her be specific about what she wants to do.
If Iron Eyes Cody was alive today, they'd try to pull him in.
They would.
Yeah,
100%.
well, sure.
He would cry with that trash.
he'd
When
be
that
in
car
on-
would throw it at his feet. When it
He'd
rode
be in
by.
on several things.
Look, today, if you want to talk about the biblical worldview of being a good steward of the earth, we're all in.
Yep.
But if you want to worship the created versus the creator, we are not in. We're not in on idol worship of the earth today. Out on that.
Rick and Bubba.
How about worship the one that drew up the plans for us?
That's it.
I like that one.
The creator is the one worthy of praise. The created is not worthy of praise. You may have a responsibility to it, but it should not get your praise and your worship. 15 minutes past, 866 We Be Big is the number. The Rick and Bubba Show churning on right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're a regular show listener, you probably heard me talk about my all-form sofa, which we love. So here's some 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. So, Bubba, good news is President Biden will honor Earth Day today with a virtual climate summit. That'll be a doozy. And if you really want to have fun, you're going to love what Casio Kid Cortez, what she's going to do with her new Green Deal and Earth Day today. She's about to make a connection that is out there. Here comes AOC. Here. Casio Kid Cortez update. Bubba, if you remember the controversial Green Deal of 2019 from Alexandria Ocasio Cortez, Bubba, Tuesday she relaunched it. And she's told reporters on Capitol Hill some very bizarre things. Listen to what she says about climate change. Here we go.
The climate crisis is a crisis born of injustice, and it is a crisis born of the pursuit of profit at any and all human and ecological cost. That's right. Which means that we must recognize in legislation that the trampling of indigenous rights is a cause of climate change. The trampling of racial justice is a cause of climate change, because we are allowing people and we are allowing ourselves to make sure we are allowing folks to deny ourselves human rights and deny people the right to health care, the right to housing and education.
Did you hear that?
Oh, Rick, it is so clear to me.
She cleared that up
more than ever before. We have a major mental illness problem and mental health crisis in our country.
Now, if you're a man-made climate change person, I believe this is a theory that has not been proven, and because every time someone talks about it, they only include the things that try to make their point, and they exclude anything that would counter that point. And we've all been through this. But I'm telling you, if you are a climate change, meaning it's man-made person, you need to stop Alexandria Ocasio Cortez from talking, because that was the most bizarre science attempt I've ever heard. She's now saying that the mistreatment of indigenous people and racist injustice cause climate change. Now this is right up there with gun control is a public health emergency.
That one.
So this is the new thing now. If the left,
if you look close, Rick, you can almost see the little birds flying around her head when she's talking.
Right.
Yes.
So if you're trying to push this Green Deal through again, now can somebody give me the science that racial injustice causes climate change?
You saying walk it out for you?
Can somebody give me the science behind that one, Bubba?
Just make any sense of anything she just said. She's all over the road.
Mm-hmm. So
say that one more time, Rick. I'm sorry.
She is saying, I said, can anybody give me the science that racial injustice causes climate change?
I can't. I really can't find the tie to that. One, you're talking about people interaction, and one, you're talking about a scientific problem. But I don't.
I'm going to read you the quote again, because you can't believe what you heard.
The only thing I can possibly imagine is she's trying to say that if the Western Europeans had never come to North America, that it would still be rolling meadows full of buffaloes and Indians and teepees today, which there is no guarantee of that, because eventually someone else would have settled it and technologically overtaken them. It was bound to happen, good, bad, or otherwise. It's just kind of the way it evolved.
So I'm going to say it again. We must recognize in legislation, underline that. That's her trying to get the Green Deal through. Here's why she says her legislation should be pushed through. Are you ready?
Yeah.
That the trampling of indigenous rights is a cause of climate change.
So that's the only tie-in that she.
And she's not done. Mm-hmm. And then the trampling of racial justice is a cause of climate change.
Well, I think, now if you are on the left or you're a Democrat, you have to say racial justice in everything. It doesn't matter.
Right.
I mean, you can talk about painting the street and you have to have that. Or, it's just everything has to have that dog whistle in it so that you bring people to your side on it. Mm-hmm. I mean, I really, honestly, I can't keep straight face with somebody that has a conversation like that.
Mark Stein,
it makes absolutely no sense.
Mark Stein and Tucker Carlson, and I'm paraphrasing, had a discussion saying, and Bubba, you've said this even on the show yesterday, can you imagine what the enemies of our country, when they see things like this, how hard they must be laughing?
Well, I tell you what, they hurry to get more donations for AOC and the squad because, their great hope is that we crumble from within,
right.
And then they don't have to waste any bullets on the whole process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I would say they've done a pretty good job of it.
So, to your point, and I don't think this is far-fetched, and it sounds like you and I may be tracking here on the same page, really this is that thing again. Now, she didn't clarify men. She probably wants to clarify that white descendants from Europe, white Europeans, mm-hmm. if they had never existed on this planet, our planet would be utopia. They cause everything. They even cause climate change. And she really need to specify white men to really be specific. If really white Europeans had never existed, this world, this land, this whole globe would be living in utopian peace. No war, no climate problems,
and probably
no
caves.
Gun, no murder, no death, no sickness, certainly no pandemics.
Rick, I hate to point out an inconvenient fact of this. There is a rather large theme park just this side of Atlanta, and it's called
Six Flags.
Now, it's based on the Six Flags that have ruled over that land.
Correct.
The British flag was down the line.
Mm-hmm.
They were late to the game.
Mm-hmm.
So were the French.
Mm-hmm. We've had
Spanish was actually first.
Mm-hmm. So
you're trying to drum up a narrative that just, quite frankly, is not there. Well, I think you need to go back and, clean air, clean water. I would stay with that. That at least you have some validity with that.
Yeah. Again, I know we've made this point, but it really sounds like a little child sitting around.
It does. It does.
A little child. And we got a Bernie Sanders story today, which is also childlike. The children of the left, not only are their ideas childish, the way they claim they can fund it is equally as childish.
It may be lower than that.
Right? Yeah. It is. It's like, and the mistreatment of indigenous people and racial injustice is a cause for climate change, and it causes the climate to change. And my legislation will and I saw a giant bunny and I saw a unicorn. And
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Welcome to another Rick and Bubba show. We're thankful you're here. We have much to do going forward on the program. SimplySafeBubba.com teaming up with Rick and Bubba, and many of you in the Rick and Bubba audience, you have listened and you have responded. And it's really not a difficult message to try to sell you on. I mean, if you want to be in, modern day when it comes to security systems, this is an industry that, it kind of got a little antiquated and outdated with the way things were done. First of all, sitting all day waiting for some team to come and install a security system that was intrusive. They were so intrusive, as a matter of fact, SimplySafeBubba.com was created because if you were renting property, you couldn't even have a security system because the landlords wouldn't allow it. But now, with the modern day technology and efficiency, SimplySafeBubba.com, whether you're renting or you own, you can have a security system that whenever you go to bed at night or whenever you're away, your property is secure. And isn't that a great feeling, that peace of knowing that your property is secure? And you know what? It takes 30 minutes or less to set up, and they customize it for your property, and you get it in about 7 days. Go to SimplySafeBubba.com, customize your system for your place, and we'll throw in, if you use our URL, SimplySafeBubba.com, you'll get a free security camera. And how about this? Monitoring 24/7 is only $15 a month, and that includes emergency, whatever you may fire, and, of course, break-ins. SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can go to RickandBubba.com, and you can find it there right under the sponsors button. Bubba, I see you're holding actual emails there.
Oh, right here.
That means it's an update from the Information Superhighway. Oh, I remember when I didn't even know this phrase. I didn't understand any of this.
Oh.
Still don't understand it much.
I wish I could find the tape where we learned what email were.
Bubba would walk in with every single email that we received. Sometimes it'd be as many as 20.
Yeah.
And now each person on the show.
And you know where they came from at that time? A dial-up bulletin board to begin with.
How about that? But Bubba,
come a long way.
You've picked out a few emails to read today to give us some topics to discuss.
Well, Rick, several of them tie into, and this first one was very touching. It was from a concerned parent. I won't give their name. They said, I'm a longtime listener and certainly one of those guys who is an addict. I am addicted to the Rick and Bubba program.
I'm addicted to Rick and Bubba.
Hi. He said, to keep this short, I have 3 children, my oldest being 11. Ooh. She came home from school talking about global warming and how it's real and all that jazz. Do you guys have any resources or recommend anything that I could talk to my kids about on this subject?
Any letter.
I can look. I would love to get a good rundown on this topic. Well, I emailed back and I said, hey, tough deal to try to get to keep them from being totally indoctrinated now at school.
Oh, yeah,
it's
sure.
not learning anymore.
Yeah, because they won't give them a counterpoint. They won't bring out the scientists and climatologists that don't think this is happening.
When you try to straighten your kids out, they go back to school. Sometimes they might get bad grades or they may be in conflicts with their other classmates. Here's what I would say on hard science. Now, there's really 2 sides to this. There's a biblical side and a hard science side. I'm going to stay with the hard science side right here. I think it's key to point out that climate is a long-term thing, not short-term like weather. Big difference, weather and climate. Climate warming is a theory. Not all scientists agree it is warming, and even fewer agree on what is causing it if it is. As a matter of fact, Rick, I did a quick search here. There are over 31,000 scientists who have gone on the record to say there is no convincing evidence of global warming. 31,000 who have gone on the record that deal with climate and space and weather issues.
Say that again.
31,000. Okay.
Bet you're not going to hear that at a government school.
Our planet has gone through many major climate changes throughout its history. As a matter of fact, Rick, we've had 2 different ice ages, a big one and a little one. In the ice age, the planet was so cold and covered in so much snow and ice, it was past the point of no return. So much of the sun's energy was being reflected back into space, the planet should not have ever thawed out. But it did. We have to ask how and why. In 1970, the so-called climate experts said we were headed to another ice age. See Newsweek magazine, April 28, 1975, page 64. I have a copy of it on my wall. Most of our record temperatures that are still on the books or that are being broken recently were set in the early 1900s or 1930s, well before the Industrial Revolution. That one to me is just a tough one to hop over. So if we are breaking records now, okay, and the previous record was early 1900 or 1930, how is it so hot then if the Industrial Revolution is causing it to be hot now? Well, obviously, we didn't have the number of cars, we didn't have enough number of factories, didn't have the number of people living on the planet, so how did it get hot then? Well, it had to be natural causes. Well, then, who's to say it's not natural causes now? We don't know. Well worth studying, well worth keeping an eye on, but it's far from a closed case.
Yeah. And I would add to that, if you go to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and you go way back to when we first started, there's a great interview about this with Roy, what's his name?
Gosh, you stole Roy Spencer.
Yeah, Roy
Thank
Spencer.
you.
Yeah, Roy Spencer, who's a scientist, and
keeps up with this for NASA. He actually downloads the data from the satellites to his computer for processing. I mean, he is classification point A.
yeah.
Did
And
I read an article where they took some of his, for lack of a better word, title away from him or
Certification.
something? Certification.
because he wouldn't get in line.
I thought I recently saw this. Is he the guy from Huntsville?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that.
I thought I recently
I
saw
wouldn't
that.
doubt that.
Well,
But
you know-
I have not seen that.
You know, Span had the same thing happen to him. They
Yeah,
claim he can't
exactly.
he can't be a meteorologist because he won't line up on it. But you can go as a dad, sit down. Roy Spencer, he's a climatologist and author, and it's episode number 2, the second one we did.
Yeah.
So go there and find that. You can find it on the playlist at rickandbubba.com's YouTube channel, episode 2, and you can also find the audio out there and wherever you get podcasts.
Rick, our next email, subject, why Bubba plays golf. Bubba, as much as Speedy or Hams, if he is able, would love to play golf, I think I would just pass it up one year and let them enjoy playing. I know it's the only child syndrome. If you can't have it, ain't nobody gonna have it. Just a thought, Diane.
No, that's fine.
Wow, Diane.
Good night.
By the way, yeah,
Wow.
Diane,
You're right. It's mine, damn it.
I have.
She caught you, buddy.
How about this? I have the perfect. Diane, I've come up, and it took me a while to think about it after we talked about it. Here is the perfect scenario for Bubba playing golf. Perfect. Speedy, you're his caddy.
Yeah.
And you caddy with him the whole time.
I'd love to.
And then if he needs you to hit some, or he needs you to take over at any point, you simply take over. And then you go, you walk the 18 with him. You're his caddy.
I'm all in.
You take care of him, and you're there if he needs you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that is a great scenario. I hate to pull Speedy away from the show, too.
That's fine. He can go.
And,
I'm all in.
Yeah.
And we've got a
Now it's his club, so I would have to play with his clubs.
That's
but I guess
fine.
that's fine.
So-
Well, and he's going to Bryson DeChambeau him before he gets here.
really.
Well, I mean, you're a caddy, though. You're
I think
That's
rather
a
than
mad
me play,
scientist over there.
I think we just pick up the ball and walk the hole.
I may get my hacksaw out of hold of the ones I got and work on them a little bit.
Yeah.
Diane, no, listen.
Diane,
Speedy,
I'm out, by the
Speedy
way.
would do a great job. Hems is out. His back is hurting him too. So, no, I listen. I would love for Speedy to do it. Gene is just boy. He sits on me about this sometimes. So
Yeah,
and I do. I have a great time when I get out there.
Here's what I came up with yesterday. Given Speedy's enthusiasm, I looked at this, and combining suggestions, Speedy does caddy for Bubba. I was writing down the highs and the lows.
Sure.
Speedy is the fill-in to hit if Bubba needs it. Bubba just grips and grins and putts. Speedy carries the clubs. He hits if he's needed. He physically helps Bubba around the course if needed, because he'll rescue you if you get in a bind.
Yeah.
Boy, it's always good to have him close by.
And to make it fun, Bubba is smiling every 3 holes. If Speedy needs to hit, he can. Spectators holler and love Bubba. He might even be able to throw stuff into the crowd.
Yeah.
And Ryan added to this. He thought it was a good idea too. He said, and then if we could, one time have Speedy be set on fire.
Right.
That's always been his dream.
What hole?
Yeah, just whatever hole to do.
Well, I think you say that for 18, the
Right,
big
yeah,
finale,
yeah,
we call it. And if Speedy could be on a golf cart driving while on fire,
Yeah.
and that fire,
really?
behind him,
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh yeah.
You know,
I mean,
I'm a person.
No, they put you out. It's one of those suits.
It's quick. Yeah.
As Adler says, I have a heartbeat.
Right.
Rick, last but certainly not least. Rick, you've been asking for it. Now you got it. Well, kind of. How come no football team has adopted the rhino as their mascot?
Well, I've been searching this for years.
I give you the Tri-City Rush, whose mascot is a rhino. The name's not technically a rhino, but the mascot is.
Then what's the point?
The Tri-City Rush is a pro indoor football team located in Kennewick, Washington. We have 3 cities who all border each other: Kennewick, Pasco, and Richland. I hope I'm saying those right. Hence, Tri-Cities. Love the show. Number 1 fan in the Pacific Northwest, Roger Gregg.
Look, there's the logo.
There it is.
I like that logo, and I
yeah.
like it a lot. I don't know why it's called the Rush. Is it a rush of rhinos?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that what you
Maybe
call?
that's it.
Is that what you call a
Maybe you
stampede
do.
of rhinos? A rush?
Watch out. If you don't, maybe you should.
Maybe
they
you
come.
should. Well, thank you, Bubba, for that update from the Information Superhighway. Actual letters from you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential, best-looking listening audience in the world. So there it is. And you can always email us at rickandbubba.com. And all of us are there. All right, we'll come back. We'll get into more stories today, more of your phone calls, and the Wheel of Meat could be in play today. You never know. The Rick and Bubba show continues, Lord willing, right after this. Also, don't forget, new swag in the store at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Go check it out. And more to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us.
I'm ready for bacon.
866 We Be Big. It is Earth Day, which you can probably hear our eyes rolling if you don't see us on YouTube.
Rick, I have no problem celebrating this wonderful creation that God gave us, even though it's fallen, but it will be restored one day.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
I'm going to focus on the Creator.
Well, I mean, it's okay to look at the planet and say it's beautiful,
Sure.
but you honor the Creator by doing that. Don't make it its own creator.
Right. Well, you have to also, in all fairness, let's be honest. I mean, you're going to have a hard time pulling me into that direction, even though there's nothing wrong with that direction, because, I saw, a beautiful pond go to a bunch of dead fish floating around. So it went from look at this beautiful creation.
Well, it is a fallen creation.
It went from look at this beautiful creation was, okay, well, it is fallen.
Well, look, I mentioned a minute ago in the email about 31,000 scientists who say there's no convincing evidence. And this comes from the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine. They have an online petition. It's called the petitionproject.org that states, we urge the United States government to reject the global warming agreement that was written in Kyoto, Japan in December 1997, and any other similar proposals. The proposed limits on greenhouse gases would harm the environment, hinder the advancement of science and technology, and damage the health and welfare of mankind. There's no convincing scientific evidence that the human release of carbon dioxide, methane, or other greenhouse gases is causing or will cause in the foreseeable future catastrophic heating of the Earth's atmosphere and disruption of the Earth's climate. Moreover, there is substantial scientific evidence that increases in atmospheric carbon dioxide may produce beneficial effects upon the natural plant and animal environments of planet Earth. And they invite people to sign their petition. You have to sign, and you have to also indicate your academic degree as a BS, MS, or a doctorate in the field of whatever. And you also have a line where you comment on your specialized scientific experience.
So there you go.
So that's it. It's some people call it the Oregon Accord, but it's got various nicknames.
So you're going to have to work.
They have 31,000 scientists signed on to this.
You're going to have to work really hard to find the other end of the spectrum on this ongoing debate, because you're having to work through those that have declared it to be scientific law,
right?
Which it isn't.
Look, there's no problem with studying it. I have no issue with that.
Bubba,
but James Spann, and was it James or Roy that pointed out, and I thought it was a great point, that if you have more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, you're going to green up the planet, because that's what the plants want.
Right.
And as you green up the planet, they're going to produce more oxygen. It really is a teeter-totter, and that's how it stays in balance.
Right.
If you do away with one or the other, they catch up and they try to even back out.
Bubba, I know we don't do the typical on this day in history, but I will say today is got a couple of biggies on it. First of all, I know this will horrify the left out there. Today was the day that Congress authorized in 1864 the phrase "In God We Trust" and put it on all the coins. So I just want you to know that happened in 1864. I know there's a push to end that. Bubba, also in 52, the atomic test in Nevada was today. The first nuclear explosion that was shown on live network television.
Shown on live network TV. Can you imagine? Hey, tune in at 6. We're going to blow one up. Above ground, by the way.
And one that we covered wall to wall.
Probably not the best thing.
No. And one that we covered wall to wall and treetop tall here on the program. Did you know today was the day that Mal Reno and our armed immigration agents. Now remember.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I know. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
Where are they at today?
You're right. These are armed immigration agents that were sent by a Democratic administration into someone's home to grab a Cuban boy and to pull him out of the custody of his grandparents here in Miami and to force him back to Cuba where his dad was. This was the Elian Gonzalez Day today. There's the picture.
And if you look at what we say we're trying
so
to
important to get this.
allow into the country, it's people who are persecuted politically.
Correct.
And they were actually persecuted politically. His mom died trying to push him to the shore of America, and they fled communist Cuba. But it's just very different today.
And I know we add to stories, but in my mind, I remember us talking about it. Wasn't there some
dolphins?
I know. Was that true? That dolphins protected Elian and kept him alive to the shore.
You think somebody made that up?
Well, I mean, people throw stuff like that in. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean,
Rick, we do know that. Let me say this.
He got in.
Here's two facts we know. He made it to U.S. soil. His mother did not. She died trying to get him here. So now you can everything else may be up for grabs, but we know that.
Does anybody know what Elian Gonzalez is doing today? Anybody?
Didn't we see a story on him not too long ago?
Time.
He had his little military outfit on.
He was in the military at one time.
Yeah.
So that was 21 years ago.
Yeah, he's bound to be mid-20s, late 20s now.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like here is the armed immigration agent is now. Remember,
Rick,
I know.
What if we had an armed immigration agent jerking kids out of their grandparents' arms in Texas today?
Right.
Today. How would that wash?
And taking them back to wherever they came from.
Yeah. Well, Mexico is not communist, and there's no political need to flee from there.
Right.
Now, things may not be like you want them. I got you.
Yeah.
But things are not like we want them in a lot of places.
No. But remember, to the left, being taken back to a communist-run country is going back the way they wish this was.
Yeah, I know.
They think you're better off there. Now, their Disney World there is not very nice. Elian seemed to enjoy that while he was here.
Greg, I don't think they have a Disney World.
They don't, Bubba.
No, it's called Sugarcane World.
And the good news is Elian went from riding around in a very nice automobile that his grandparents owns, and now today he's probably driving around a 51 Chevy.
Yeah, I'd like to know how he's doing.
He is 26. He just had his first kid.
He's a pop now, Rick.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
I still think something very ironic is going to happen with him in Cuba.
Yeah, you said that way back.
Yeah.
He says he does hope to one day reconcile with his relatives in Miami.
There's Saturday Night Live's been on it.
Reconcile with them? You mean contact them again?
Bubba, please look.
I know.
They had Elian riding in on the Dolphin. Believe.
Funny.
Yeah. But we sent him on back. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. It is a brand new Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us. If you are looking, to be part of a very active few days involving themanchurch.com, I'm on the road tonight. First Baptist Church, Opelika. We'll be with Charles Billingsley live in concert tonight as they start year 2 of the strategy, doing the second curriculum now, which will be out and available to everyone if you want the second curriculum. I think next week, the week after at the latest. Been trying to get that solidified for you, but they're already doing it. And then tonight also, Brian Gunn from themanchurch.com will be going to Journey Church in Laurel, Mississippi. They've been doing the curriculum. This will be another one of their Man Church gatherings. And Brian Gunn will be there tonight. If you're in the Laurel, Mississippi area and you want to be there, I'll be in Gadsden coming up Sunday night, Rainbow Presbyterian Church. They start the men's discipleship strategy with a Man Church, and you can be part of that. Helmsley goes out Monday night to a church that's already doing it, but it's another Man Church. That's First Baptist Church, Troy, Alabama. So you can find all of those by going to themanchurch.com and just looking under events. All of those are listed there. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, and Eddie Van Adler all here today, and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Well, glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for being here, too.
So, did you have anything else you had that we're going to do before we started this?
No.
I saw you and Greg were talking about something over there.
No, they were just trying to get some documentation.
I know sometimes these things look good on paper, and you and I, who we definitely have a great appreciation for delicious food. But sometimes, and I think one of the things that's most misunderstood about you and me is we want food to be treated properly. Sometimes we don't like eating contests. We've talked about that. We don't like, I don't like to go to a restaurant that has a food challenge.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind being there, but I don't want to take the food challenge.
Yeah.
I don't want to be miserable. It's supposed to be enjoyable.
This is the challenge I would like. Good food at a fair price.
Yeah, there you go. And I don't like
a great environment.
I don't like when we get weird with milkshakes and donuts. I'd really prefer them to be more simplistic.
Yeah, I don't want bacon flavored anything but bacon.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I want to taste like bacon? Bacon.
So Stoffer's has got they've announced something today, and I understand that.
Hey Rick, can I have an order of bacon flavored bacon?
Hey, you want a donut? Yeah. What if we make it taste like an avocado? Nah, no. I just want it to taste like a donut. What if we put birthday cake icing on it? Well,
it's just so weird.
What if we made a sandwich with it?
Rick, it's so weird how we mix all this stuff up. And James Gregory pointed this out years ago, and I think he was dead on. If you look at like furniture polish, it says made with real lemon. But when you put something in your drink, it's imitation lemon. I mean, we've got this all
really
wrong.
Strange,
we've got it all wrong. We're putting the chemicals in our food and the real fruit that God made on the furniture.
Right. So I know that Stouffer's, when they first say this, there'll be some initial excitement.
Greg and I are excited about this. We're going to make a run at this, Rick.
Just be careful.
I know.
Sometimes these things do better when they're separated. And you try to combine them together.
I agree, yeah.
I think this is dangerous personally.
But it looks delicious.
It does look good.
Well, but I want you to think about it.
These are two of my favorite things.
And
they somewhat go together. They're in that same family.
They've announced the combination of lasagna and mac and cheese called lasagna-mac.
Mm-hmm. Man, that looks good.
But aren't we already pretty close when we have the big giant noodles
cheesy,
in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
So why would we need the addition of macaroni and cheese in there?
I don't see this as a ginormous leap forward in food. I mean, like I said, if you get real wavy lasagna, it's almost like you got it in there anyway.
Well, it's a different kind of cheese.
Yeah. You got cheese.
It's mozzarella cheese, and there's some other
cheddar in there now, I guess.
Yeah, and do we want that?
I don't know, Rick. I'll tell you what, I'm going to find out.
By the way, I know because you don't know if you're going to collide with what's going on out there in Rick and Bubba world and all the various sales teams and everybody out there, and we want them to all be profitable. But in the break, and you may have already done this, if you want me to tell you where the greatest lasagna in town is, and it is phenomenal. I mean, it is really something. If you've never had this lasagna, you probably have.
I was going to say, yeah.
But buddy,
here comes our email.
And don't be afraid.
Don't do that.
Hey, and don't be afraid to go ahead and call in a big old plate of it. Like just to go get it and then put it in the oven, cooking it at home. That's fine. But you can have it already ready when you get there, or just put it in.
I may not know then.
Yeah.
Is he the only one that gets to know?
Yep.
He knows my love for his lasagna.
Right. I'm not going to tell Bubba because I'm worried about his health. But
he's got to get ready to play. Really.
I got one for you too.
but I'm going to tell you, they're describing it as the ultimate comfort food, but I just don't know. I don't know whether I think because you got to be careful. I have a love for macaroni and cheese, and I have a love for lasagna, but do I really want my macaroni and cheese stuffed inside a slice of lasagna?
Why must we mix them?
Sometimes these different tastes they won't go well together. They'll start to fight each other. At one time, your taste buds will scream, "Am I eating macaroni and cheese or lasagna?"
Yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Just be careful. I'm go ahead and try it, and then I'd love to have a report.
Yeah.
I know y'all are already aware of this, that I like cheese.
Yeah.
I think
Yes, we are.
don't most people like cheese? Is
You
there
like
anybody
cheese and ketchup.
I mean,
We
there's
know that.
probably people that for some medical reason can't eat cheese, right?
Can I tell you this? This may surprise you. I like melted cheese on anything. Because my gosh, who doesn't?
Well, that's kind of my point.
Yeah, but to sit down and eat a block of cheese, no, I'm not into that.
A block of cheese.
I don't like to just eat a piece of cheese.
Yeah, I do. I like little
Cheese on
little
crackers?
squares and stuff like that.
I'd rather have
different
peanut butter on
types.
crackers.
But
Okay.
there's so many different types of cheese, and you were mentioning it a minute ago.
Oh, there's cheese
And
galore.
in my mind, I kind of know how cheese is made, but not really. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever really looked into how it's made?
Yeah, it's
And how they make different ones. I mean, how do you go
now
from
that gets a little more
provolone
complicated.
to cheddar?
all the different stuff. Yeah. You got goats and cows involved. I'll tell you
and
that.
I don't think
Who
it's a
knows?
pretty process.
No, it's not.
It's not.
I ran up
But-
on
but
one
to
of those
Bubba's
shows,
point-
how it's made.
Yeah.
Saw it one time.
But to Bubba's point, like I know how we all just develop cheese, but how do you get into the different kinds?
Yeah. How do I make this one curd into
Right.
cheddar or whatever?
Now, I'll tell you what
Swiss.
I'm.
And who named them? I mean, did somebody in Switzerland come up with that type? I mean, is it really from there?
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what I'm a double thumbs down on is cottage cheese.
Oh yeah, Rick, that ain't
I don't
real
even con-
cheese.
I don't even
Rick,
con-
that ain't even in this
Yeah,
conversation.
I don't even
okay?
consider that. a
Greg
cheese.
likes it. Little brother
I know it
likes
is.
it.
No,
No, he's weird.
Rick, that's not. We're talking about
That's
maybe-
something.
Rick. We're talking about show enough cheese.
No, I don't want no
Not
fruit.
a big fan of feta either.
No, I like feta.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love feta.
Hey, I'll eat
Feta's
feta
not
right
bad.
out of the little plastic box if you don't watch it.
Yeah,
I like it.
To me, you can get too much feta.
Pimento cheese? Pimento cheese?
no,
No.
that's not
Not my
real
favorite.
cheese.
I've tried to like it because I feel obligated to because I feel pressure. But I don't. I've even started over. Reset.
See,
I'm gonna try. pimento
Rick, they're
cheese.
not real when you say cottage cheese and pimento cheese. That's not real cheese.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about cheese, straight
It's
up.
just straight up
All right, let me
cheese.
ask you this.
like you cut it off the block.
I was thrown a curve at a barbecue restaurant the other day, a complete curve. Had never heard it before. Had one of the world's probably most prolific eaters that brought it up, and we were there. And he
I
said,
wasn't there.
He said, "Right." I said, "One,
Yeah,
one
okay.
of. You're in that category."
I know who was.
And so he said, "Let me watch this right here." And I was like, "Okay," because you trust somebody that's a prolific eater. You won't just trust anybody. And he said to bring us an order of curds. And I said, "Curds?" He goes, "Watch this."
Is it
Watch
fried?
this.
Now look,
Was it fried?
yeah. At the end of it all, it turned
know
out
you
to
were.
be a kind of a different play on a cheese stick. Was
Yeah.
all it was.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
It's like cheese
It's
stick
like a
bites.
it's like a corn nugget. It's like a corn nugget, but instead of corn, it's cheese.
Yeah. Now it was good. Hey,
yeah,
it was good.
yeah.
Yeah, it's number one.
But he told you, watch this.
Yeah, watch this right here. You ain't had these, and you're almost like it's almost like I'm able to take a handful of cheese sticks and pop them in my mouth.
Okay.
Good.
I fired
Real
up a
hungry
little
right
bit.
now.
Starving.
Do you like just a good old piece of Swiss cheese on any kind of like sandwich?
Yeah, on a sandwich. Yeah,
That's good.
I just don't want to sit there and eat a piece of Swiss cheese. Though. I want it on
I
something.
like old block cheese when you cut it off.
I'm always gonna melt it on there though. I'm always gonna put my sandwich in the microwave, melt it on there a little bit, and bring it back out.
I'm not a big melter, but I can. I'm not against it.
Yeah. All right, we'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. At the end of 30 seconds, if you don't get a timeout for Bubba or Helmsy, your time on the program ends. Then we move to the next caller, and that's how it works, and lines are filling. So make a move now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Tim, Montgomery, Alabama, listening to us, Bubba, roaring on I-92 WLWI.
The blowtorch.
Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, talking about cheese and everything, and Rick, when you mentioned cheese curds, I had an opportunity to go up to visit our northern cousins in Canada, and they have this dish. You guys got to Google it if you don't know what it is. It's called poutine.
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
They take French fries and put those cheese curds and a brown gravy over it. Mercy, that's good.
I'm very familiar with that. We had.
I think Betty used to make that.
Yeah. I've heard about it. I heard it's everywhere you go. It's everywhere in Canada. Like they think it's almost like a given. But I've never tried it. Taylor in Alabama. Taylor, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, wanted to bring up a cheese that I saw on Strange Eats that's grown in a stomach, and if there are maggots alive in the cheese, it's good to eat, but if they're dead, no go.
Here you go again, Taylor. You know we don't like weird food. You know we don't like food challenges.
Look, the fact that cheese
I don't want to thrill you with the things I eat.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, well, look at me. I'm a food daredevil. That's just not us.
Look, it's daredevil enough, Rick. Basically, any cheese is rotten milk.
It is. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Got to grow it in somebody's stomach.
Throwing maggots around.
Have you had cheese? Have you had stomach cheese?
That big vat full of bacteria we threw in there is not enough for you, huh?
Yeah.
But, boy, the end result is number one, isn't it?
It is.
Huh?
Emily and Coleman.
Who do you think came up with that?
I don't know. Emily, go ahead. It was an accident. I promise you it was. Emily, go ahead.
That and penicillin.
Hey, that ain't bad.
Okay.
This
that's
milk's
really
hard as a
gross,
rock, but dang, it's good. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Emily.
That's okay. That was really gross. So I just wanted to call and tell y'all that you have made a difference in my life. My dad passed away in December and from COVID, and y'all make me laugh all the time. So the other thing I had to say was, what is a King's English? When y'all introduce Bubba every day?
You're
not familiar with that?
We're not familiar. You don't know about the King's English?
I don't know what that is.
Well, you've obviously never seen the show My Fair Lady.
Yeah, that's proper English.
Proper English.
The old school.
Yeah, we're saying some people in different parts of the country would call it the King's English.
Right. In our part of the world, it's the King's
It's called King's English where we are. So that's why it's the King's English, meaning Bubba has a grasp on the proper way to use English. I hope that you can hear our tongue in our cheek.
Say.
Right. So do you think the truth? Have you ever seen? It was in that movie, the classic movie My Fair Lady, and the guy, I forget the actor's name, but he played Dr. Doolittle when I was a kid. But he was in this, and he does this whole speech about the abuse of the King's English and how English people have the greatest language in the whole wide world, and how it's abused by people who don't use it properly. It's very funny. And the line,
we've come a long way here in America.
Right. Well, that was one of the lines in there. And he does say one thing. He goes, as a matter of fact, the Americans haven't used it for years. We continue. Let's go to Greg in Mississippi. Greg, welcome. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey,
I'm kind of the Gary of my group I hang out with. The practical joke will be played. Usually I'm at the bottom of it.
Yeah.
So I'm assistant coaching for a 9 to 10-year-old softball team.
Yes.
And the sponsor is a gastrological doctor clinic there locally.
That's fantastic.
And the uniform that they gave me to wear tonight for the first game is a pink shirt with brown lettering.
Ooh.
You think that's real, or they just giving me that?
You think you're getting punked, huh?
He's not sure. I would not wear that.
No, I would wear it. I would wear it, but I would have something else underneath ready to go.
Now, see, I wouldn't wear it, and I'd have it in my bag. And if I get out and everybody's got it on,
Speedy or Bubba's approach is the correct one. Just decide which one you're going to wear, but have a backup.
Yes, sir. Yeah, be ready to change quickly if needed.
Oh, that's good. How about I love? He said, "No, it doesn't sound right."
You think they're pulling one on me here?
Let's go to Wendy. Wendy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Next time you go to Buffalo Wild Wings, try the fried cheese curds and get a side of caramel sauce and dip it in it.
A side of what?
Caramel.
Caramel sauce. I don't know. I had an order of them like Monday.
It tastes just like a funnel cake, I promise.
Bubba said he had some on Monday.
Yeah, I went to
I think
the
they've
charity
brought them
charge,
up here before.
and,
haven't they? Yeah, I think they have.
Yeah, I tore into them. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I don't remember them up here, but they might have been.
For me, when I have something that is a piece of fried cheese,
Monday I had them.
A piece of fried cheese, I would rather dip into some marinara kind of sauce, as opposed to something sweet.
Well, I think this is almost a flavored sweetness, though.
I like different things. I like trying
almost
different.
like
hey, I'm up for it.
Almost like a cheesecake type of feel.
Really?
Yeah.
We have a lot to sample.
And
we do.
And the reason, and I think they give you a couple different sauces to choose from.
I want cheese
like
so
a
bad
caramel
right
and
now.
Like
I'm
a
about
raspberry or strawberry or something.
I'm
like
about
that.
to chew the
Different
corner
flavor.
off my laptop.
Right.
Is there any cheese sticks in our refrigerator? Any brand?
Bubba, in 4.5 minutes, I'll have your breakfast.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
there you go, buddy.
So let's go to.
You got to get bacon with it too.
You are. Bubba told me this morning. He said, "Hey, tell him I want bacon instead of toast."
Slight change. And you got to admit, I've had that exact same breakfast since January, right? I mean,
I've never heard that substitute.
And said it like you was doing better.
So what do you want, sir? What would you want instead of toast?
that's a little more keto friendly.
What do you want instead of toast? I'm thinking bacon.
By the way, there's something else we need to address. Bubba's got a lot of keto questions today.
Going on keto.
Well, no, I'm just studying all of it. The science of it's interesting.
Look, you can't.
What's that insulin word they keep
Let me tell you
saying?
something.
I can't think of it.
You can't go into any world. Any world.
Do y'all think I'm gonna go into any world?
No, this is
any food world that has the word restricted in it. You ain't going into it. Let's go to.
What's that insulin word I'm trying to think?
David in Illinois. David, go ahead.
Hey, morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Monkey gas.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, you guys were talking about cheese this morning, and just reminded me of something I was watching on Netflix last night. It's called We Are the Champions. Their first episode was about a
Sir, wait a minute. Wait just a second. Wait just a second. Are you calling us on a block of cheese? We just cannot hear you.
Sir, would you take the cheese off the microphone on your phone? Because you're talking through a piece of Swiss cheese.
He was watching We Are Champions on Netflix.
All right,
I got that.
So what is We Are the Champions on Netflix?
It's a show about weird competitions, and their first episode is about a competition in England where they take a wheel of cheese, they roll it down a hill.
Oh yeah,
I've seen that.
I have seen that.
Sir, I wanted to get your brand a cell phone too. By the way,
Do you think we should have a new challenge? People call in and we see who can understand them.
Yeah. I think they win something.
The bandwidth on that audio was about 2 kcs wide. Okay, it was slightly better than a concrete pipe.
I was watching some on Netflix, and it's our We Are the Champions.
Sir, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, but it's your phone's fault.
Right.
That was horrible.
Bottom of the hour.
I can't decode it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Will of Meat in play could happen at any time. Have you entered Mom in to fix Mama's mouth? Do you not want to be the golden child? Do you not want, I mean, what if Mama wins it and you're the one that entered Mom? Now, you do have to take that first uncomfortable step, and that's acknowledging that your mama needs some work on her teeth. I mean, that can be uncomfortable, but I mean, you think she doesn't know? Yeah, Bubba, don't you think she's aware of it?
I think she probably does. She got a mirror.
Yeah, she does. So anyway, $15,000 dental makeover. It's been life-changing for mamas for years. And they're, mom always puts herself last. So follow the instructions there at rickandbubba.com. Go to the contest button and get your mother entered. April 28th is the cutoff, so just be aware of that. And please follow the instructions. I know we live in a world now where people can't follow instructions. Will you please follow the instructions? If not, Mama's not going to be considered. That's going to be on you, and then we're going to have to tell Mama, well, your boy or your daughter didn't follow the instructions. You might have won. So go there, do it. It's not a lot we're asking. Just get it done under the contest button there at rickandbubba.com. All right, so, I was really pretty good at this, but this guy, I had all kinds of ways back in the early days of employment. The only thing I really ever wanted to do from the time I was a child is this. So any job I had other than this, I had zero interest in, none. And so I was there to needing a paycheck, but I was the master of finding ways around difficulty when it came to the parts of the job that you don't really like. Mm-hmm. And I remember being on doing a lot of labor stuff, intensive stuff. And the way it was set up is the different laborers we would report. It would be 1,000 degrees, and we would report, and it was huge which group you got put in on how your day was going to go.
Right.
It was a very big deal to get in the right crew, and they tried not to tell you, because they knew that everybody would start saying. I mean, it would literally be this kind of difference in your day. I'm painting inside in the air condition, or I am out in the middle of a swamp digging a trench to put a pipe through. That kind of range.
Yes.
Okay.
That's big difference.
Yeah, and there would be other things, either somewhere closer to the painting or somewhere closer to the swamp, kind of in between.
Yeah.
And if you remember, I was the one who brilliantly had to clear off an entire hill with a motorized saw that was put on my back to go through and take all the small trees down, and then I had to cut everything that was left that could be done with a mower on a big hill, and I went to address a attack of ant beds with some gasoline and burned the entire hill off, and when
you got rid of the ants, though.
yeah, and when I got in
trouble,
gas
explodes, it doesn't burn.
Yeah,
people don't know where.
Well, I got in trouble for it, but then I said to the supervisor, I said, but, and I hate to quote Tom Hanks from The Green Mile, you say this was unsuccessful, but the hill is clean.
Probably won't grow back in a while.
Yeah, this is not the way you.
But when it does, it'll be real green.
Yeah, this is probably not the way you saw it on paper.
Right, I guess.
But at the end of it all, this hill that needed to be cleaned off is now clean. Now it's going to be black for a little while,
right?
But I mean, it's
going to come back really
it's
green.
going to be beautiful. Well, this may be the walking dog, Bubba. They're calling him the king of absentees. We have a hospital worker in Italy, that is now under investigation for allegedly skipping out on work for 15 years while continuing to receive full salary. Now that,
Rick, I'm gonna tell you, that's hard work to do that.
That, my friend, they allege that the man made around, in our U.S. dollars, around $647,000 total after being assigned as a civil servant at some hospital in a southern region of Italy in 2005.
Yeah.
So for 15 years, he's now 67 years old. They're now investigating him and 6 managers at the hospital that they're also saying you don't know when somebody's not working.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to go to them, right?
Yeah.
You think some deal was cut?
I definitely think he was sliding them a little bit of money.
I'm gonna say that they probably didn't need that position since they got by so well without it.
Right.
But that's not totally off of what we're experiencing here in the U.S. right now.
Well, I was about to say the Democratic Party read this story today and said, I don't get it.
I saw a story today, there's no joke, that we have a 42% worker shortage in this country.
Bubba, everywhere I go.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go.
42% of the businesses surveyed said we need to hire somebody and can't.
How many times does the left in this country, how many times do they have to screw up the economy before we don't vote for them anymore? I mean, right now you can't get anything done because we have people taking checks for doing nothing at a level that they're saying this is better than working. It's slowly it has taken this the greatest economy in the history of our country and
in
possibly
the world. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, up for argument arguably the world, but I think it's we got a good case for it. And now we have taken that and we have gridlocked it, and we're just tearing it apart policy by policy, and things are just they're grinding to just a halt because of our idiotic inability to think forward on what this will cause this will cause this will cause
and Rick,
this.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here that you won't see that change until after the midterm election.
Yeah. So anyway, but here we are in Italy again. What they think is that this worker would threaten people that said, "Hey, I'm telling on you." So for 15 years, he was absent from work and still got paid.
Well, who would know after? Rick, after the first 6 months, don't you forget he works there?
Here's what's so weird. Apparently,
do you see him in town or something?
Hospital manager or whomever that he threatened, to Rick's point,
So when she retires, there's a new one, and then nor the human resources department in the hospital picked up that he wasn't coming.
Now, by the way, that's the way it gets in these socialized countries. Because listen to this. They say that missing work in Italy is a frequent problem in the public sector in the country. Now, listen what they say. They are checking on people who are absent from work in Italy. They found women using their husbands, what we would call the card that you clock in with, staff cards, to clock them into work, meaning that the husband wasn't there. The wife snuck up there and clocked him in while he was off canoeing, shopping, or taking a nap. So this is the bang up.
What a life!
This is the bang up work ethic there in Italy right now. And we have a progressive left here that just they lay awake at night going, "Can we become more like Europe? Mm-hmm. Please let us be more like Europe." Now, if you want to hang around and do nothing, it's a great place to be. But let me tell you something.
If you're trying to put people on the moon, create cell phones, new technologies, medical breakthroughs, it's kind of hard.
Yeah. So somebody, I hate to say it, we're the adult for the rest of the world, and we're deciding we don't want to be anymore.
Yeah.
And that's going to leave our world with no adult. And you know what China will say? Sounds good to us.
Yeah.
Russia, sounds good to us.
So the 6 managers they're investigating. Mm-hmm. All right, so do you think that they were clocking in for him or looking the other way and just getting a little bit of a cut?
I think they were off too.
All right, right.
Yeah, maybe they were.
All right, let's try to see how it would work. And I'm not saying that my mind works this way, but let's think about it.
Rick.
All right, so you're my supervisor, okay? And you help me to continue to be paid even though I'm not here. Now, I don't know how you fill in the gap that I've left. That part I can't figure out. Wasn't there – because if you're not being missed for 15 years, we probably shouldn't have hired you to begin with.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, right.
But, Rick, who's checking the time cards or whatever they call it? Somebody at the end of the week is saying these people need to be paid this much based on the time cards. That's the person who made it happen.
Now,
if he goes, look, I'm making, I don't know what he made, based on all that. Let's just for argument, let's say it's $100 a week. Okay.
Yeah, just to have a number to work
with. You pay
me
$100, and I will flip you back 30.
That's what I was thinking. So if let's say that I don't have I'm pretty good. The money I'm making,
and then I just disappear. Nobody knows I work there. Nobody knows. Nobody sees me. My manager's taking care of me, and he's getting a check in the mail just like I am.
Right. So let's say my manager. Let's go to a different number, and let's say that I'm a person, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, I want to make $50,000 US a year for working, or I can make $45,000 a year and never go to work, and $5,000 I kick over every year to the manager. I mean, and now the manager just got a $5,000 raise, and now again he's missing an employee or she's missing.
But to your point, nobody ever knows you're.
But Rick, just say you're operating a crew like you were talking about.
Yeah,
You're going out and you're cutting grass, you're weed eating, you're doing that all day, and you got I don't know, say 40 people. Probably you can get it done with 39. Nobody knows the difference.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
and if they don't know they're missing you, then they never
know. And what
know.
you're doing is you're getting a raise off somebody else's salary that you tell them you stay home as long as I get the raise, and you get the rest of the money for doing nothing.
Now I kind of want to know if this guy has other jobs. He's doing the same thing there.
And Rick, I promise you, if he's doing it with one, he's doing it with more than one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah. Look, we've all worked at places before where somebody wouldn't need it. And if you could get a raise off their salary and they stay home, you'd cut that deal. Yeah. If you were dishonest. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
Pass the gravy, please.
866 We Be Big's the number.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Tonight in Opelika, Alabama, I'll be hanging out with Charles Billingsley. He'll be in concert. I'll be speaking at Man Church. I just got a text a minute ago that they're on the road, and he's calling us next hour. So we'll have a little fun visit with Charles. Always a good guest on the show. All right, so Tim in Trustful. Tim, listen to us on 104.7 WZZK. Hey, Tim, how you doing, buddy?
Tim.
Doing good, guys. Doing good.
All right, so Tim, you said we just did the king of absentees. 15 years. This Italian man has not been at work, but got paid for being at work. 15 years.
Incredible.
You said that's the problem with the clocking in. And look, I remember sometimes, hey man, clock me in. And it wasn't that I wasn't going to be there at all. Or you're running late, hey, clock me in. But you're familiar with this.
Yeah, we had a situation up in Albertville at a poultry plant where a couple of guys clocked one of their buddies in. I want to say is a little over a year and a half.
Oh my!
Without getting caught. And what it is in the poultry plant, when you first hire on, they put you in a temporary labor pool and just move you from this department to that department wherever they have a need, and then assign you a permanent position as they go on. The way I understand it or remember it, the guy went and worked about a day, decided, well, this just ain't for me. Here, and gave one of his buddies his card, said, here, clock me out at the end of the day. I at least want to get a full day's pay out of it. Well, his buddy just kept doing it, figured he'd see how long it'd go on. He figured the worst had happened is he'd get fired, but, he wasn't that concerned about the job.
Well,
and they ended up getting away with it for a year and a half before somebody said, well, this guy's been in our labor pool way too long. Why hasn't he been assigned somewhere?
Well, and that's one of those things when you realize as a company, we're wasting money here. We have a person that never appeared here in this labor pool for 1 year, and we never missed him, and we kept on producing. Do you think maybe, and see, that's the bad news, because when people do things like that, if I'm the company owner, I'm like, why in the world are we paying for this many people in the labor pool? Obviously, we don't need this many. Yeah. And then now there's fewer jobs. Because if you're paying money for a year for somebody you never miss,
not good.
I'd like to know that if I decided to be absent at work, everybody would say, man, our day, we were not near as productive. We got problems. Whatever happened to the thing that you need to be like, you need to work in a way that like the company says, oh my gosh, we can't work, we can't live without you.
Right. I think that's the goal.
Isn't that kind of what it should be?
Yeah.
Bubba, another one. Have you seen this?
I heard a story one time about a guy that gave himself a raise. I thought that was pretty funny.
Well, in all fairness, he tried to address it. He tried to show that there was a raise here that he did not think was right, and he brought it to the attention of the people sending the checks, if I remember the story right.
Right.
That's correct. And then the check kept
Best I remember.
And then the check kept coming in that amount, if I remember it right.
Right. And after several attempts to correct it, just said, well, what the heck?
Well, let me ask all of you out there, if you were put in a position of authority to give yourself a raise, would you do it?
Where'd I sign?
If somebody allowed you to, if somebody said, well, throw a number on there, and you're like, wait, am I? It's like the time I couldn't believe that the referee asked me if I wanted him to leave. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. I was like, have I been given that authority? By the way, if I have that authority, I didn't think I could do that. Yes, I'd like for you to leave. And but so in this case, if somebody says, well, now this looks good to us, this looks good to you, well, I'm just going to tell you it's not what it used to be. But if y'all are asking me,
who am I to argue with the payroll?
Who am I to turn down a raise that somebody keeps trying to force on me?
Yeah.
You know what, by Job, I'll take it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, all you can do is bring it to the attention of the person sending the check. That's all you can do. And if they keep on sending it, then
thank you.
How did it ever work out with that guy?
I think it worked out all right. It ran its course.
It eventually leveled out, didn't it?
Yeah, it ran its course.
So
line 5.
We're line 5. Homeowner.
Really looking at that bacon, Bubba.
Yeah. Imagine this. We're getting calls, and matter of fact, I just saw a minute ago a church out of Illinois just signed up for the discipleship strategy for the manchurch.com. Big day for Illinois on the show today.
Yep.
Well, here is Gary Matchins, I guess is the name. It's Alton, Illinois. Picture this: you've been living in this house, and you discover because you got a sag in your floor.
Can you believe that?
And you discover a mysterious tunnel. Okay, you saw his sidewalk. I'm sorry, not his floor.
Yeah.
Starting to sag, and they have found a 60-foot tunnel that was built in the 1840s under the house. So the sidewalk starts to sag. You're like, hey, we need to look at that. Well, I'll tell you why it's sagging. There's a tunnel in there that's been under there since the 1840s.
Kid, nice.
He thinks the tunnel opening got covered in 1895 when the brick street was laid down in front of his house.
Got it.
And Rick, if you look at it, we're not talking about.
I mean, it's nice. It's a show enough tunnel.
Yeah, Rick, I'm not talking about some dirt tunnel with wood holding it up. This thing is bricked inside.
I mean, it is a show enough tunnel.
That is cool, actually.
All right, would anybody like to have a tunnel like this under your house?
I really would.
What
I'd
would you
like
do
to
with
find it today.
Do
Rich.
I know?
Storm shelter given.
Oh yeah.
Boom.
All right, what else would you do with it?
Nuclear bunker.
Would you ever
It takes man cave to a whole different level.
Would you be set up down there?
Oh, absolutely.
Would you have gatherings?
Only men. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I got some guys. We're gonna go in the tunnel.
Yeah. No kids allowed.
Would you tell anybody?
Daddy's tunnel.
Hey, would you tell anybody it's there, or just have it behind a,
So I kind
a
of like
secret
knowing.
door?
I kind of like knowing it's mine and nobody else knows.
Like
about
have a
it. I don't-
closet,
hey,
and have a
kinda
fake door in the back of it.
Don't even want my family to know.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Would you just keep it to yourself?
Yeah,
So
I
I-
like that, Bubba. I like that mindset.
In this scenario, I've
Well, you could
discovered
hide
it.
Christmas gifts easy.
You could.
Yeah.
Oh, you could.
I've discovered it. I didn't make it myself. Is that so? I've just
Right.
I
Yes,
discovered
yes,
that it's
100%.
there.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I can't put in what it takes to make.
Would you worry about what else is in there I haven't discovered though?
Kind of, but that would be the intrigue and excitement about it. I think.
What about Hank's?
All right. What about you?
Skeleton or two.
I
yeah.
got those anyway.
What if there was an old? What if there was an antique mirror at the end of it?
No, sir. Oh, here's one. Here's one. You don't want anybody to know you found you a tunnel. It's secure because this is a very nice tunnel, by the way. And you've set your man cave up, and you walk back, and you're like, okay, I've really only been to 40 feet of it. There's 20 more feet, and I walk back in there and I find bones.
Ooh. And a
Do you
voice
tell anybody?
and a voice coming from the dark.
I've been waiting on you.
Well, that would be bones. I mean, so there's a
It's just
live
a
person
voice.
in
Yeah,
there?
a voice is coming.
Speedy
You don't know.
one.
You're calling ghost at this
One
point.
step too far.
They
One
can
step.
talk.
But back to the movie you told me about. We find somebody tied up down there.
Golly, that was weird.
Well, I want somebody helping me.
Didn't really sleep good after that.
No.
I've been down here forever.
Yeah. So, but what have they been eating?
Oh no.
Ooh. Well, they got
What if that's how it started with them? They just were hanging out down there. And all of a sudden, something got them.
What if all of a sudden the person's looking at you going, go back. Oh.
What
I
if
think
you,
I gotta
what if
let
you
a few
step
people
to the, What if you stepped to the end of the tunnel and all of a sudden you came out in woods like in prehistoric times?
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
And there were dinosaurs everywhere, and you're like, hey, where'd that door go?
What if you
had no weapons?
What if you just bought a house in Auburn and you found the bagman down there?
What if you bought a tunnel? What if you bought a house and it had a tunnel and you found Danny Sheraton wandering around looking for the bagman?
I did that just solely for Bubba, and it hit Speedy harder than I thought it would.
It did. It got me. Now I'm thinking about everything we could find.
To this day. So let's say you bought a house.
What if we found a new contract down there? Top of the hour.
Sign right here.
Rick and Bubba.
That's us, 6 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Here we go. Walking you through the world that we live in today in our own unique way. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba all here today. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Number 12's on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and excited about another hour of broadcast activity.
Well, Bubba, we've been working with this man for years and years and years. Different events. Of course, the Gridiron Men's Conference is where the first time I ever had the pleasure of working with Charles Billingsley, and it's been many years ago. But the first time that I really ever heard him was through Kevin Derryberry. Kevin Derryberry had an album out, and there was one song there, where all of a sudden I heard this other guy singing. I'm like, well, who's this right here?
I think I first met him when he was a standout running back in high school.
That may have been the place. I know that's one of those stories that's hard to believe, especially if you've ever seen Charles. Then it's really hard to believe.
How about that footage of him digging?
Let me tell you something.
Putting everybody in the dust.
He is swift.
Huh?
And people with light feet usually are. We have an opportunity, Charles and I and the show. We're working again tonight with Charles. He and the entire band, by the way, they're on the road right now, and he is on, I think, on the phone. Charles Billingsley. Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Charles, what's up?
So
how you doing?
Charles, we're doing great, and we're just looking at your new promotional picture right now on YouTube, and you know what? I do need, and I don't know whether you have his number or not, but I'm pretty sure Marty McFly called, and he is looking for his jacket back. So if you could.
Wow.
And Rick, somebody's missing a pretty nice chair too.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Thanks for finding a chair in the storage building and setting it down. But no, it looks
exactly what they did.
Ain't that true? Because here's a chair. Here's a chair we put up.
That's amazingly true.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know how many we're all married, so I don't know if everybody's wife. There's something about wives in general, some to other higher degrees than others. This hoarding and keeping things, it's like they think one day we'll be glad we have this, and I keep asking, when do we declare that day's never coming?
Well, I think it's good to have a 2-year rule. If I hadn't touched it in 2 years, but there's some things you go, well, I might need it after that.
Right. I usually go 3 years. That because I would do 2 because that's where I really am. But I give an extra year to try to it ain't all about me. And but after 3 years, if we haven't used it, I'm ready to kind of depart. But so where are you guys at right now, Charles? Is it you and the entire band? Are y'all rolling right now?
Yeah, we're rolling down the highway. We're somewhere on, I think, 85 north of Charlotte still. So we got a ways to go.
So you are now. How did this happen? Because we've been doing the men's discipleship strategy. We started it on March 1st of 2020, which I don't know if you know about that time of the year.
Great timing.
Yeah, wasn't that great? And so we didn't really get off the ground much in 2020, but First Baptist Opelika, where we're going to be tonight, they actually found a way through Zoom and even still gathering to do the entire curriculum and even have man churches through the pandemic. They were one of the few churches that kind of went on through. So they're actually in the second phase. So how did you end up being part of tonight? Because it wasn't clear to me, and frankly, nobody asked me. But I got excited about it. But how did you end up? I mean, being in concert there tonight. How did this happen?
Well, I got a call from their executive pastor there, Chris, and he said, "Look, we've got a lot of redneck represented here tonight. We just need somebody who's a little bit more, mall-oriented.
A little more polished? Is that what you're saying?
So I'm there. No, I would never use that word. That's a little harsh. So I just they asked me to join you to just for a little balance, for the sake of balance.
Yeah, all I thought about is there was a time before you were booked for this when they didn't, they were trying to get, because we do want, look, the bottom line is this. Let me tell you what a man is. He's a follower of Jesus, period. It's not the way that that's not the way the world describes masculinity or what it is to be a man. However, inside that world of godly men, there's different hobbies and there's different approaches. And
there you go.
Yeah, so one time they had an idea, and it wasn't a bad idea, that they have like a $5 ticket tonight, and they were saying $3 if you wear skinny jeans. and just to try to get more variety if I'm coming to speak, normal. But then they just gave up on that idea, I guess, and just booked you.
Well, you know what? I've got a couple of guys in my band that they do skinny jeans well.
They do.
And then I got a couple other guys in the band that have a beard and stuff. So we do this very intensely. It's that we just send a great message of diversity and welcoming spirit.
So, Charles, can I ask you this question? Have you ever been hunting?
I went snipe hunting once.
Oh my!
Yeah. So, but here,
turns out.
Yeah. Turns out
there's no such thing as a snipe. I don't know if you realize that, Rick.
I've taken people like you snipe hunting many times. What about fishing? Do you fish at all?
I have been fishing a few times.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, wait. Long John Silver does not count. Okay.
Oh, Long John Silver.
That does not qualify.
I mean,
Yeah, I know you've been.
I've been deep sea fishing twice. Once the Long John and once the Captain B.
Okay. But like when you went fishing, this is an important question. Did they ever let you have a rod?
What's funny is my wife would much prefer fishing over me.
Oh, really?
She loves the deep sea fish. Me, not so much. I'll go and just kind of hang out and watch her fish.
Okay. This is not helping, by the way.
We were trying to help you out. This segment.
The goal of this segment.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is not.
I did spend the entire day. Here's the thing. I've been on 3 different full-day fishing trips, and I have yet to catch a single fish.
Okay. So you've never gone bass fishing or anything like that? Like fresh water?
No. Well, I did, but I didn't catch one.
Understood. Okay,
Mhm.
I got you. But
and I play racquetball with one of the greatest bass fishermen in the world, David Dudley.
Okay.
And he tells me he's going to teach me how to bass fish where I actually catch a fish. Which I think if I actually caught one, I might be greatly encouraged and go again.
Well, probably.
Tell him that you've been studying up and you've got a special dough ball you want to use.
Dough ball.
Special dough ball.
So he probably has looked at you like I have, and you look at some projects and you think to yourself, I could get that done in a weekend, and then you look at other projects and go, I just don't have the time for that right now. That's going to take too long.
Teaching me to fish would probably take a little longer than we've got. At least tonight, anyway.
Yeah, well, and you do play golf, and as Bubba said, you were a good football player.
Yeah, man, I'm big into sports like racquetball and golf, I did have a pretty severe pickleball injury once, but we won't talk about that.
Well, Bubba, Charles Billingsley, Bubba.
I think he's making fun of me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Bubba, you play pickleball, don't you?
I did for about 2 minutes one time. It was awful.
The fastest growing sport in America.
Yeah. Man, it was bad. I pulled a muscle I didn't want to pull.
Oh. So,
did you really?
Oh yeah. No.
I took a paddle to the face.
Oh wait a minute, he's not joking.
No, I thought you were joking to me. It was the worst injury I'd ever had. I had to get Helms to load me in the Jeep, and I thought I was going to have to call 911 on the way home.
Yeah, the severe growing pull. And I remember you had to get stitches, didn't you, Charles?
Yeah. I took a paddle right between the eyes and took about 8 stitches right there in the middle of my.
Well, did you and your partner run into each other?
Well, he kind of ran around his forehand and decided to make it a backhand instead, and I just happened to be standing there.
But you see what I'm talking about. You see what I'm talking about again, Charles. Hey guys, good to see you. Hey man, I noticed you person who's at the event. Notice you have a scar. Yeah, it was back before Jesus got in a bar fight. Guy cut me with a bottle. Hey Charles, I see you have a scar as well. Charles, how did you get your scar? Pickleball. You see?
I can see how this is not helping me at all.
So Charles, have you picked out your wardrobe for tonight?
Well, I threw in some rompers, but I decided that I'd probably just go with jeans or a T-shirt or something.
Are you bringing the white belt out tonight?
Yeah, the white belt. That's where it begins and ends.
Well, see, and I realized that you talked about this white belt a lot, but I didn't bring one for this weekend. That's pretty much strictly reserved to the golf course now.
Okay.
So now I'm just gonna wear like a regular old brown belt because I'm trying my best to sort of help my reputation a little bit.
Yeah.
I didn't even bring any pastel colors or anything.
Are you kidding? My goodness.
You're going with primaries?
I was about to say you. I guess you're counting.
Going with primary tonight.
It sounds like Charles is going to get there and need a shirt from our merch table.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's right. I'm going to buy one.
Well, Charles, I'm looking forward to it tonight, man, and always fun together. And I listened to what you had to say about me, and I'm actually wearing a belt tonight.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I'll show it to you.
Together, we're going to look pretty awesome.
We are.
It's going to be a great night.
Yeah, it is. I look forward to it, man. I'll see you there, okay? See Charles Billingsley checking in. First Baptist Opelika tonight. We'll see y'all there.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
23 minutes past the hour.
Brings me to my
Rick and
knees.
Bubba show.
How bizarre.
I look around the wacky. You were telling me this story, Bubba, and we have a 911 call that we apparently have a couple that pretended to own a mansion and had their wedding there, and
Rick,
it wasn't there?
I think you would call it a squatter's wedding. They found a mansion that they didn't think anybody was living in that may have been for sale or for rent, and just decided to have their wedding there.
So we'll start with the 911 call and work our way out of the actual owner. And Helmsley's looking at the story. I think he has the details of it too. Does the 911 call a good place to start?
It is. It is.
Right,
You're gonna love the owner's voice.
Here he is calling. This is the real owner of the mansion about what's going on. Here we go.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Southwest Ranches. I have people trespassing on my property, and they keep harassing me, calling me, and they say they're having a wedding here, and it's God's message, and I don't know what's going on. All I want is to stop.
So they sound like they're a little off. So Helms?
Southwest Ranches, speaking of off, Florida. $6 million home.
Ooh.
Wow.
7.2 acres. Friends and family of Shanita Jones and Courtney Wilson were thrilled when they were invited to their dream home to watch them get married. Guests were invited to spend the entire weekend. This place is awesome.
How'd they get in it?
A stunned Nathan Finkel, that's who you heard on the 911 call.
He sounds like Nathan Finkel.
Said there were people trespassing at his property. He said they were harassing him and telling him it was God's message that they should get married at his home. That explains what he was saying there.
So look at this home, Bubba.
Oh, I know. It's,
but how did
about that spray?
How do you get in it and set up a wedding and have all your friends over there and no one knows until this guy finds out that you're at his property?
How about that?
How do you get in it? How do you get in the door?
Well, apparently he was not there for a period of time.
Right,
They had been watching it and decided that it was not being used, so they thought they'd grab it.
It says I guess the groom allegedly posed as a prospective buyer and visited the home multiple times several months before the ceremony.
So he gained access by acting like he was interested in it. And look, there's the invitation. Enter into our dream home and estate. They're pretending, like you said, Bubba, it's their home.
Did these people not know these people know they couldn't afford this house? I mean, if you know them well enough, you're going to the wedding, you ought to know what they do for a living.
Yeah, wouldn't you think if you got this and some? Well, I guess if you see the invitation, you don't know what the home's like till you get there.
Hey, what a weekend! Grand ballroom, 2-story bar, movie theater, 2-lane bowling alley, pool, tennis court, dance studio. It's all there on 7 acres.
And it's not theirs. What kind of people pretend?
I don't know.
To live
and then harass the owner from wanting them to leave.
How dare you ask me to leave? And they say God told them to get married there.
Yep, that was their message. That was the reasoning.
I got to tell you something. When you look at how big this thing is and where it is, I'm not sure that $6 million isn't a pretty good deal on it.
You're right. 7 acres with it.
That's look
in the free state of Florida.
Look at that layout and the pool.
That's
and
impressive.
And
what does that guy do for a living?
I don't know, but how about this? Undoubtedly, he does so well. This is not his main house because he hadn't been there in a while. So much so people having a wedding in it. But just get back into that mindset that we now have in our country, that people are okay. They're this much off that they want to somehow have a life that they're just going to steal from somebody else that isn't their life. And they think they should be able to have their wedding and pretend it's their house and nobody be upset about it.
Now, Rick, here's a few more details from Newsweek magazine. The couple referred to themselves as the royal couple. Their invited guest to the ceremony was supposed to take place, as Helms had shared with us. The wedding also was set to include a red carpet cocktail hour, followed by a reception that on the invitation said would last until 2:30 a.m., and then a Sunday brunch gathering the following day.
I also noticed they have a jazz band. How are they paying them? I mean, did they have
all this food?
Do they have enough? I guess they have enough money for all the food and everything, right? Or did they?
Yeah, Rick, I have a feeling
if
you would do this, you might tell them,
skip out on a check.
Yeah,
I got to be honest. I wouldn't mind being invited to the wedding. I mean, but it's
pretty cool weekend.
It is a cool weekend, but it's not your house. That's the only problem, and nobody gave you permission to do it. That's.
Can you imagine showing up and that going on?
The owner of the house is an heir to the IHOP franchise.
That explains a lot.
A lot of pancakes.
A lot of pancakes.
Yep.
And probably bought this house on that hamburger deal they did.
Yep.
Yep.
We lost ours close to me during the pandemic.
Oh,
it was a victim.
Yeah, that one hurt.
That hurt.
That's
gonna leave a mark.
That's where Greg and I meet to go to Regions. What are we gonna do?
That's right.
They'll got to find a new meat spot.
Yep.
We'll be back. Phone calls are next. We go phone trolling. Anything you want to talk about. 7 of the 10 lines are available. And you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We talk to you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The phone show music tells you everything you need to know. It's time to call in, and we'll chat with you. There are some lines available, but they are filling up quickly at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so let's sound the Mother's Day alarm. Do not be caught not taking care of all the moms on your Mother's Day list. And if your own mom is still with you, if you want to move to the top of the the mom list of children and be the golden child, go ahead and make the move and take care of mom. 2 weeks away, 2 weeks from this Sunday. So if you want to score big, go to 1-800-Flowers.com. Today and tomorrow only, you can get 36 sorbet roses for only $36. It's a beautiful mix of pink, orange, and lavender roses, guaranteed to show all the moms in your life just how much they are loved and appreciated. Now, all the roses from 1-800-Flowers.com are picked at their peak, and they're shipped fresh, and that ensures lasting beauty. So why don't you go ahead and pick an early delivery date? That'll ensure that your bouquet will arrive in time to make Mom's Day special, meaning there's no anxiety that it wouldn't get there in time. Go ahead and do that. Don't put it off. Now, this deal that I'm talking about right now is going to end tomorrow at midnight. So you need to order now from the official florist of Mother's Day, 1-800-Flowers.com, and let me tell you again what you get. 36 sorbet roses for only $36 when you click the radio icon at 1-800-Flowers.com. Go there, see the radio icon on the homepage, enter our special code of Bubba. The prices will certainly be going up as we get closer to Mother's Day because of supply and demand. So get this off your to-do list today and also save some money. You'll find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button.
Rick, real quick before you go to the phones, Greg is slipping. Listen to this. Greg is slipping, and this is right. Homeowner set all this up, last segment, he set all this up to advertise to sell the house. And we've seen IHOP do these kind of promotions before, kind of crazy and out there, and they work, and this guy set the whole thing up.
Well, I
Greg
really
did
good.
not point it out.
I got caught looking.
But here's the thing.
Slipping,
makes
Greg.
sense.
You're slipping.
But
That
do
makes sense.
you think Greg, though, still gets some credit? Because this is clearly one of his minions. Yeah. It's almost like he trained this guy to look for this kind of stuff.
Let me ask you this. So did that actually happen, or is the whole thing made up?
There you go. I mean,
I can't go into that kind of detail. I don't know.
But you're right. To the phones we go.
It's possible that he said, I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to allow you to stay here and do this wedding, but when it's over, I'm gonna call 911.
We're going to do the whole thing. We're all in on it together.
We're all in on it together.
Possible.
That's not impossible, by the way. Jake,
he said you may have heard about a guy in Italy that his friends checked him in and out of work for 15 years.
Jake, State Farm. Go ahead, buddy.
Jake.
Hey, I almost turned into a good one there. I'm calling to ask about the quality of Adler's microphone, and I thought my call was going to drop. So I thought that would be a good one, make fun of a intercom, and then you guys could make fun of my phone.
Yeah, well, here's what I was going to say, because this can be resolved, but do we want it resolved? The resolution would be just simply put a wireless microphone, this wireless microphone we have, in his studio on some sort of stand, and then if he needs to speak to us, I just simply pot it up. But in my opinion,
we need more.
Yeah, in my opinion, I like the sound of the speaker because it gives you that vision that someone's reaching into the show from the
outside the studio.
Outside the studio, and I think it has a cool sound. Like you hear in your mind the fact that he's actually in another studio. The phone screener is also in another studio, and then they're interacting with the main show via intercom. To me, that sounds big time. It sounds cool. It makes the voice funnier that it's coming from there. But if the quality is annoying, I mean, it's an easy fix. Now we don't have enough wireless microphones to do it in both places. But we could certainly do it in his.
Well, and two, in that scenario, Rick, you would have to pot him up. In the intercom format, he can
come in whenever he
talk
wants.
when he wants to.
Right.
Great point.
Yeah, because he could have a point. He'd have to signal me. Then I got to pot it up.
Yeah,
because
we may
right
not be
now,
looking.
even the moving in and out, I have to keep in mind who needs a mic up, who doesn't.
Right.
And let's
a lot
go.
of open mics.
Yeah, let's go to.
I like the fact that it sounds like I'm like at a drive-through. Like, you guys want fries with that? You know.
See, I love that. I love that.
Yep.
Richard in Bessemer. Richard, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Go.
y'all was talking about the guy in Italy that missed work for 15 years, but there's a guy here in the United States that blows him out of the water. Now, follow me here. He's been working, getting paid for 47 years without one productive day of work. And he might be an evil genius the way he got away with it. His name's Joe Biden. Y'all might know him.
We've heard of
Boy, you're right. You are absolutely right.
Who's back?
Let's go to Randy in Alabama. Randy, 47 years he's pulled this off. And has he accomplished anything?
No.
Randy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to thank y'all for the motivation y'all give me every day. And two quick things. One, y'all were talking about cheese. Bubba, I love cheese. My best friend brought on the other day that if you get the already bagged shredded cheese, it's got like wood chips in there to keep it together. It's a lot better to grade your own cheese. And the second thing I want to say is, in our country, when are we going to stand up?
I'd just soon eat wood chips as I had grated on cheese.
I'm not grating on cheese.
I have grated cheese
I have
before,
too,
but I've never heard of this wood chip.
When we were
What is
growing
that?
up, that's all we would ever have to do.
Yeah.
I don't like having to clean the grater.
Yeah, once it showed up in a
Did you
bag.
have this kind of square one
Yeah.
you run down and it piled up on the inside?
You might enjoy grating cheese once.
Yeah.
But you'll go right back to somebody who's already grated it for you, wood chip or not.
If you get down right to the end of that little block of cheese and you hit them knuckles on it, you'll really want the other.
Bloody cheese.
Now you got bloody cheese.
I've heard a lot about the anti-caking agents that they put on those things. That's what he was talking about.
Well, it'll be all right.
It's fine. Apparently, it's not.
Wood chips? It ain't killing nobody.
Yeah.
If it is, it'll be a minute.
I know you can get by 57 years with it. I know that.
the dreamer's disease.
Now, past this.
We'll see.
Anybody's guess.
Well, it was the grated cheese in a pack that got him.
Yep.
Mike in Alabama, go.
The non-caking.
Hey, Speedy was telling a story this morning about embarrassing his wife in public. And a couple of years ago, I went walking Walmart one morning and with my wife, and there was a very large black man walking out with his wife. And when I say large, I mean he was like 5'10", had about a 60-inch chest, about a 36-inch waist.
Wow.
We'll never hear that one.
Nope.
Let's go to.
I didn't like where it's headed,
I was
Rick.
a
I'll be
little scared
honest.
myself.
I was.
Let's go to.
Greg was scared?
Nah, I was just kidding.
Oh my gosh! Then we should be in a living terror.
I was just messing around.
Denise in Alabama. Denise, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey, my comment is about giving sign-on bonuses and giving cars away to get people to work. I'd like to know what these employers are doing to keep the good employees that they have. They're working for nothing and exposing themselves, and they're sticking with their employers. Tell me what these employers are doing for them.
Well, I will tell you this. I talked to an employer, I guess it was Tuesday, and he told me that they're actually paying their employees a $750 bonus if they can bring somebody new that gets hired at the company.
Wow.
They have them out
How about that?
looking for more employees. I think probably the ones that are working and are being loyal are being taken care of because, in all fairness, they're more valuable now than they ever were before.
It's amazing. I drive by it every morning. Like, we use this as a marker, and I told you about this the other day. There's a Waffle House it's opening, but it's not open 24/7. And the sign it says help needed. They don't have enough employees.
No, well, everywhere you go.
If Waffle House shut down,
Because every restaurant in this plaza has that same sign up.
But the guy I was talking to, he said if one of our employees finds us somebody that will work, and we hire them and they're added to the team, we give them $750.
Yeah.
So they've got their own employees out recruiting others. That's how. By the way, that's how we're struggling to get people to work.
We're gonna
right
stay at
now.
home.
Good news, good folks. We are. We finally turned into Europe. Good job.
Yeah.
Y'all wanted it. We got it done. Let's
Can't even get a waffle at midnight.
And remember, the end to all of this is no bread on the shelf. Russia's already showed us.
Mm-hmm.
AJ in Talladega. AJ, go ahead.
Yes, I know this is completely off the subject for y'all right now, but some people have declared April 24th a national rape day, and I wanted to get the word out.
A national what?
I think this is a hoax.
National what?
Oh,
Day.
rape day. Yeah, we did. We did.
Is she
see
saying
this.
R-A-P-E?
Yeah,
She is.
I
She
think
is.
this is some hoax.
Yeah, I do
Somebody
too.
brought this up.
Is this something?
Yeah, that's right.
It's on like
TikTok and Snapchat and all this.
I just wanted to warn people to make sure they stay safe.
Well, I think everybody's trying to be sharp, but I don't think anybody's actually like.
This is something created.
Somebody said, let's get it started. And see
on
how
all
far
this
it goes.
social media stuff.
I don't think people are actually going to celebrate.
AJ,
I think if you would commit that crime, you're probably okay to do it on April 25th or the 23rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point.
Right. I was just going to say the same thing, but I don't want to bring unnecessary fear. But really, in the world we live in now, every day is rape day.
Yeah.
I mean, people who are this wicked and evil, trust me, they're not waiting on some. The 24th is a big day for us.
Yeah.
I mean, so you're in danger, and you need to be careful and watch. The places the dangerous situations you're putting yourself in all the time.
Yeah, anybody would do that. It's not worried about a special day.
The poster, what they're doing is they're actually encouraging people to go out and do it.
Yeah, but that's something.
But again,
TikTok has actually spoke out on this, and they said they don't have evidence that the original video ever existed, and this is a complete hoax.
This is the same old thing with social media that starts. People get out and start
see what it'll do.
All this bizarre stuff. So just certainly be aware. But I got news for you. When it comes to evil people, you need to be aware every day.
Yeah,
but you also don't live.
Evil never takes a holiday.
Yeah, but don't live in fear all the time. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, Will of Meat, still in play. Hasn't happened yet. So it could happen before this show is over, or definitely if it doesn't happen today, it'll happen tomorrow. So get a little deeper in the week this week with it. So, Bubba, I know this is that time of year, if you enjoy football, where you anxiously await some committee that's come out with new rules and new things, and we have been screaming that let's simplify our rules, not continue to complicate them.
I don't know that all that's going to take place. Really,
so what's happening now?
Well, I was looking at some of these, and I know some of the other guys have been looking at them too. A proposal submitted by the Kansas City Chiefs adjusted the restrictions on who can wear which jersey numbers. Specifically, the approval unlocks the number of players eligible to wear single-digit numbers, which had previously been regated. I can't say that word.
Regulated?
No, it's regated, but I'm not saying it right, to quarterbacks, kickers, and punters. The expanded jerseys will now allow running backs, tight ends, fullbacks, H-backs, and wide receivers to wear numbers 1 through 49 and 80 through 89. Defensive backs can choose between 1 and 49, linebackers 1 and 59, and 90 to 99, offensive linemen 50 to 79, defensive linemen 50 to 79, and 90 to 99. Quarterbacks, kickers, and punters remain 1 through 19.
Well, thank goodness.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I don't care one way or the other, but why? I mean, I don't know why we had it the other way in the first place and why we have it this way now. I don't think.
I don't know why you really have any restriction.
Yeah, that's true. Well, as long as they don't do like college and let them have the same number on the same team. As long as they don't do that, I'm happy.
Who's going to be the first team to go to alphanumeric, where you have a letter and a number? You know that's kind of.
What about last year in college? All them zeros. You know, I got to be number 0.
The league also approved expanded booth-to-official communication. The hope is the increase in allowed communications will lead to fewer errors on objective calls and can be clearly seen on television.
Okay.
The onside. This is interesting. The onside kick proposal from the competition committee to limit the receiving team to players in the setup zone was approved. The hope is that the tweak will allow and make onside kick recoveries easier for the kicking team.
Yeah, because when we changed the onside kick rule for protection of the players, it really made an onside kick practically impossible for the kicking team. I mean, practically impossible.
With the competition committee's proposal on onside kicks, the Eagles table their 4th and 15 alternative. They noted that Philly still believes in its motion to add a 4th and 15 option to retain possession, but agreed to test out the onside kick change this year, and they could bring it back next year.
What does that mean? What's the 4th and 15 option?
So instead of doing an onside kick, you could say we want the 4th and 15 option from our own 20-yard line.
I got you.
If you get it, you keep it. If not, the other team gets it on your 20.
By the way, 67 onside kicks last season. How many do you think they got?
One?
No. You're close. I mean, it's 2. Not many. 3. So 3 out of 67 last.
Oh, yeah, you got to tweak that.
Yeah.
So
I like the 4th and 15 thing. I know it's way against anything we've ever thought about.
That's odd.
I know.
Who are you?
Well, that's kind of like
you know what? What's funny is
I
was not even going to say that, even because I figured he was going to dog me for saying it.
Right. You like the 4? Do you want a puppet to call
I would
the play?
like something that I tell you this. I'd like something that's better than 3 out of 67.
No, you're right. No, I agree.
Can I
because
tell
the game's over.
Can I tell you an idea? And I don't know if you've seen this. I don't watch a lot of rugby. I know that's shocking. I don't know if you guys do either. Have you seen where they throw the ball in and both teams are in a
scrum,
a big pile,
scrum,
and they will lift somebody up like they're doing a handstand to catch it, and then they come down and you don't know who's got the ball. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
That is a cool play. I think the onside kick could look like that. Okay. But if you see it, Adler, see if you find some video of it so you can see how it plays out. Because it's almost like a jump ball for football.
Goes down, then you don't know who's coming out with it.
Yeah, you don't know who got it either.
So on the onside kick, you want to throw someone up in the air to catch it?
I want both teams in a pile at the middle, and the kicker kicks it up like a jump ball and let everybody go up and get it. And they're already in a bunch. So listen to me. you don't have the injury problem with people running into each other. See.
All right, so watch
that
right
video
here.
there's a little rough.
No, look right here. That's it. That's what you're looking for. It's after the score. See, watch this now. Now watch them get up here and throw it.
See, what if that was the onside kick where it was something like that, where everybody jumped up and you don't have people crashing into each other full speed? That would take the injury out, but you still have the, hey, it's anybody's ball.
Yeah. Can I tell you what? I love rugby because really, if you look at it, it's just
pure football.
It's nothing but the option being run the entire game.
Hey, and they'll sling it, son.
And it is pure football. You have no protection. It is you hit at your own risk of injuring yourself. Let's see. Owners eliminated preseason overtime.
I didn't know they even had preseason.
I didn't either. Coaches often avoid tying preseason games just because they don't want to play overtime. Now, here's one, too, and I think this is kind of wise. The proposal to change the GM and head coach hiring cycles, pushing that back to the start of interviews for all clubs until after the conference championship games and no hires until after the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, they said that was tabled for more discussion by the diversity committee. See, I like that idea because I hate when they say, the offensive coordinator for this team playing in Super Bowl, but he'll be the head coach of Buffalo next year or whatever.
Yeah.
And you think, well, is he really paying attention? Is he really
Buffalo? Or
yeah. I mean, let them finish out the whole season and then hire and fire whoever you want to. I think that's better. Owners approved a rule proposed by Chicago to ensure the enforcement of all accepted penalties committed by either team during successive extra point attempts.
Meaning we're not going to put it on the kickoff anymore. Every single one of them
is going to be on that. Yeah. The Rams' loss of down will be added to a second forward pass from behind the line of scrimmage. Let's see. I guess that was the main ones there, the only ones worth covering.
Yeah, so there you are. The onside kick one's the one. I still don't understand how they've changed it. How have they changed it?
Well, they say that the receiving team will be in the setup zone. So I guess the question is what's the setup zone? They may say that the receiving team cannot be outside the numbers, or the receiving team must have everybody up close, or they're going to limit where you can line up to give the offense a chance to get it, whatever.
Trying to open it up.
I don't know what the setup zone is. Anybody out there in radio land?
I have no idea. I'd like to see the NCAA come out with some rule changes on targeting.
Yeah.
We got to change that.
One of the things they're going to do, too, is they're going to really start penalizing taunting and all that. Not celebrations, but taunting more heavily.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, and the team is all here. And we thank you for being with us. We will record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Our guest today, when we record it, and it'll be out this weekend, Tom Glavine. He'll be speaking at the Alabama Baseball Coaches Association's 12th annual First Pitch Dinner and Silent Auction on May 3rd, and that is benefiting all the different Miracle Leagues there in the great state of Alabama. And if you've never gone and enjoyed a Miracle League game, you're missing out on one of the joys in life. So help them raise money by going to see Tom Glavine in person. But for those of you around the country that may not get that opportunity, we'll interview him coming up on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend.
Oh, wait a minute.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat. It has been illuminated. Look at it drawing you in with its beauty. The Wheel of Meat. What's on the wheel, Rick? Meat. HarryandDavid.com offers opportunities for you to have great meat. But also on the wheel, other prizes from the Rick and Bubba store. From 1-800-Flowers.com. Mother's Day, 2 weeks from Sunday. If you can win a little bouquet today, that would be nice. Those are on the wheel. A BuzzBox Coffee, Blaze TV subscription. That's also on the wheel. Moultrie's got something on the wheel. Got a feeder package for you today if you were to win that. Bubba, the wheel is illuminated and ready to go. Everything safe over there?
Rick, it is. We follow all the IEEE standards, national, international, local here, things we just think of. And, Rick, today we have a special guest spinner, Annie Litter.
Hey!
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. That's Speedy.
That is Speedy. It is Earth Day today for those of you that care about that kind of stuff.
You know what I say about Earth Day? A great little place to live.
That's right. It is, but hey, baby, one day she's going to burn.
She will.
And it has nothing to do with your combustion engine. All right, so Speedy is on the wheel. So Stephanie and Troy, and I hope she knows what to say, the Speedy for her to get a spin. Stephanie, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy.
Oh, that's a good spin. Speedy's been in the gym.
Hand of Truth, love it.
He looks like he's ready to play golf.
Yep. Bubba, look at our Dreamland Barbecue Awards up there.
I know. I got to bring that other one in here. That needs to be our awards.
Avengers Pinball Machine.
We don't need a lot of room, do we?
No, we don't. Stephanie.
Look at right here.
Oh!
Yeah.
Henry
the
horse.
Right out of the gate.
Henry the horse. Not a win for Stephanie, but a win for the audience. Here he comes.
There he comes.
Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
We're doing great.
Good. I wanted to let you guys know that was really funny a little while back when, Bubba, you were joking about being a storm chaser for James Spann.
Yes.
That was hilarious. But, by the way, I got those movies you asked me to get, Bubba. That would be Sharknado 1, 2, and 3. They're in your office.
Sharknado. Henry the horse. Look at that horse. Look at him galloping out of here. Somebody say, loving it. All right, let's go to Wayne. Everybody needs a friend named Wayne.
Yeah, they do, Rick.
Wayne?
You ever had a bad friend named
Never,
Wayne?
never.
Not me.
Wayne in Georgia. How about it, Wayne?
Oh, hey.
What do you say, Wayne?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, here we go, Wayne.
Wow, what a
I tell you what, I
it's
won't
a
say.
reverse spin.
I won't say wow, what a phone.
No. It's at an all-time high right
It really
now.
is.
It's horrible. We're going to have to start giving away phones or two-way radios or something.
All right, Wayne. Golly.
Oh, can't have nut.
Wayne.
Sorry, Wayne.
Hey, at some point, I guess he thought he could have something. Not a phone, of course.
You're right.
So, Wayne, we've got Henry the horse, and we got Can't Have Nothing.
Wow. Speedy, we need some meat up there.
I mean, you can't even.
This is Annie Litter. He's not Speedy.
Okay. Bubba, how about to the great city of Altoona? Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How about y'all tonight?
Good. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip.
Oh, that's a good spin right
That's a great spin. Zach, you having a good day, buddy?
I'm having a wonderful day. How about y'all?
I like it. Yeah, I'm too.
Every day's a little bit better.
It is. All righty, let's go. What we gonna win for Zach? Come on, Will, give us something. Oh, look at here. Yeah! Moultrie, Moultrie, Moultrie. View it! But we're not viewing it. We're eating it because there's been a backlog on cameras. But let me tell you this, Zach. Moultrie has just given you one of their great feeder packages, 30-gallon Pro Magnum tripod feeder. Get a feed station, a feeder power panel. You get the 6-volt rechargeable battery, a $350 value, and you just won it on the will of me.
There you go.
That's what I'm talking about, Zach. Let's put you on hold. Bubba, let's go to Des Moines, Iowa. Rich is standing by. Rich calling from the Cornhusker State. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, very good. Thank you.
Nebraska.
Well, I know, but they
do
have
corn.
They do have corn.
Yeah.
I'm not.
They have a lot
I don't
of
mean
corn.
not like the mascot.
Right.
They husk a lot of corn there. Hawkeyes.
Grow a lot.
Yeah, Hawkeyes and all that. What's Iowa State? The Cyclones?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Rich, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Yes, sir, Richie.
It's a change-up. The stomp change.
Rich, how you get the show there in Des Moines?
I get you through YouTube/iHeartRadio.
Okay.
Depending on if I'm home or not.
Flowers. Smell it.
We got messed
Smell
up.
them flowers. Rich, 1-800-Flowers.com. So, Mother's Day, 2 weeks from Sunday. This may work out for you. So, Rich, if you were going to send some flowers to one of the mothers on your Mother's Day list, would you go with assorted flowers, spring lilies, or assorted tulips?
Assorted flowers.
Okay, that would be assorted roses, I guess.
Right.
Assorted roses.
Right. Same thing.
Because I got two assorteds there. I got tulips and roses. So assorted roses?
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right. How did you find the show in Des Moines, Iowa?
Actually, I was looking something up for church, and I came around Rick and Bubba University, and one thing led to another. I came across your show on Blaze TV.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you watching the show and listen to us on iHeartRadio when you can. So we'll put you on hold, and Rich, 1-800-Flowers.com will send these flowers wherever you want them to go, okay?
Thank you, Rich.
Hey, thank you very much.
All right, man. God bless you. All right, so there we go. 2 winners in a row. We like it. Now let's go down to why would someone be called Lucky Hat?
Oh, I like it.
Lucky Hat? That's your name? Mississippi?
Hey, yeah. Anytime I want to harvest a good buck or a turkey, I have to wear my Rick and Bubba hat.
Okay,
I got you.
So, I'll tell you, look, it hasn't been scientifically proven. Of course, nor has man-made global warming. But you know what? People keep wearing that hat, and they say when they hunt with any of our hunting hats on, good things happen.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, we've got a new one in the camouflage line. You need to check out. It's really cool.
You really like that.
All right. So
All right.
what do you say to Speedy?
Why I want to wheel.
Let's go.
Why I want to wheel.
All right, let's see if we can get a win here for Lucky Hat. Lucky
Hat. Poultry.
No, there it goes.
Come on.
Yeah. Hey, Blaze TV. Blaze TV. So, all right, so we'll put you on hold. Get a 1-year subscription to Blaze TV. If you're not already a subscriber, you can enjoy all the great programming there on Blaze TV, including Rick and Bubba Show. So we'll put you on hold, okay, buddy?
Fantastic.
Thank you, Lucky Hat. One more?
Yeah, one more.
I think that we can do one more. Let's go. Let's see. Let's go to Kathy in Deatsville, Alabama. Kathy, what do you say to Speedy? Hey, Kathy.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I can't believe I got through.
Well, we can't either. We can't either. What do you say?
Wow. What a wheel.
Another reverse spin.
A reverse spin to end it today.
The Avengers pinball machine adds to the excitement. All right, here we go, Kathy. Yeah! Flowers, smell it! All right, so Rich in Des Moines took away the assorted roses, but you have spring lilies or assorted tulips still in play.
I want those spring lilies.
Spring lilies for Kathy it is. Kathy, thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. And
Love you guys.
Well, we love you back. So I appreciate that very much. The guys here
Thank
do.
you for your passion.
Thank you, Kathy, for the passion for the show. And thank you, wonderful Will of Mead, for bringing fun and prizes and entertainment to all of us. Will of Mead will be unplugged for another week, and we'll look at it again next week. Thanks to all of you that participated. Thank you, harryanddavid.com, 1-800-Flowers.com, and all the others that provide the gifts right there on the wonderful Will of Meat. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Hey! Well, Bubba, we had this discussion. Sometimes our progressive friends don't think things all the way through because they look through the lens of emotion. And you need to start thinking about, what if people I don't like started seeing the world the same way I did? Here's an update from Your America. Well, Bubba, we were introduced to a little something in our country called sanctuary cities. You remember that?
Yeah. It meant where we just don't follow the law here because we got our own law.
Right.
Yeah.
We find the laws of our country to be unreasonable. So in our city, you come here and you have sanctuary from illegal immigration. You have sanctuary for for marijuana to be illegal. You have sanctuary for fill in the blank.
It just seemed like they were all liberal causes where they didn't want to follow the law.
Mm-hmm. And this was
and was justified and proud of the fact that they would not follow the law.
And then we have, of course,
while quoting you that we're a nation of laws.
Yep. And so we said, well, be careful, little progressive. Hey, little progressive.
Two can play at that game.
What if all of a sudden conservative state says, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to do an abortion sanctuary city, meaning, I tell you what, our sanctuary state, meaning here, no matter the fact that it's legal or illegal, we're not going to allow it here in this state. So if you're anti-abortion, come live in our state. It's a sanctuary state from abortion.
For the unborn.
For the unborn. The unborn have a sanctuary here. Of course, the left would lose their minds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now on the Second Amendment, Oklahoma is making a move saying we will be a sanctuary state for those of you that love the Second Amendment. And it's rolling through. If it's signed into law by the Republican, meaning the governor there, Kevin Stitt, I think is how you say the name.
Mm-hmm.
This is what will happen. If you live in Oklahoma, they will be a sanctuary state, Second Amendment sanctuary state, meaning that no one will be able to confiscate any gun from any residence due to any new county, state, or federal laws, executive actions, or court orders passed. Meaning here, the Second Amendment is pure, and you have sanctuary from anyone at any level that would try to come against it.
Yeah, Rick, what this does, it just it makes a more complicated process for people trying to restrict the Second Amendment, where even at the federal level, if they come in and say, hey, you can't do this or do that, they go, well, that's fine for you, but we got our own law on that. And since it's already covered in the Constitution, where it says Congress shall make no law, then you don't have any authority here. So it's a bold move. It's almost silly that you have to have that, but it is a way for states to protect themselves and then set up a lengthy court battle in the worst case scenario that would put off any action, sometimes almost indefinitely.
Well, the way the sanctuary concept works, and we had people that were trying to move the state we live in into the first example we gave, and that be a sanctuary state for the unborn.
Right.
And they're playing off what the left has already done. They really were playing off the Obama administration that would not enforce federal laws on these sanctuary cities and states. So they're saying, well, if that's the case, why you have a Republican? This is when Trump was the president. Well, yeah, it may be the federal government may be trying to enforce Roe v. Wade, but what if you have a president that just says, well, if the state of Alabama wants to be a sanctuary state for the unborn, I'm not going to enforce any law against them, because we've already had the Democrats do that. So that's anything you come up with, and we've talked about this executive order thing, anything you come up with that you start getting outside of the way the Constitution is supposed to work, and you start allowing it for your party, the other party can just take it and do their own version of it.
Yeah. Well, now think about this too, and probably the most brazen example of this is with the marijuana laws.
That's the one, yeah.
Recreational marijuana right now, because it is still against federal law. But you have several states who said we're going to make it legal here. And I think that's, you're going down the same path with this.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of our progressive friends, Bubba, your favorite, Bernie Sanders, everybody's favorite communist. Once again, remember we said about the childlike view of the progressive. They don't seem to live in an adult world.
Yeah, everything's kind of a nursery rhyme to them.
Yeah. Bernie Sanders is still pushing forward and wanting President Biden to go along with him, that he wants to have $10 billion for this is for the colleges serving minorities. He also wants to be able to remove any college debt, debt cancellation. Now, here's how the childlike view of the progressive goes. They'll tell you that they can invent a world where any debt you've accumulated for college will just be wiped away and canceled. And then you say, well, that sounds almost too good to be true. And then they'll say, well, listen, it's even better. The way we'll pay for this, because they do acknowledge it has to be paid for. Right. Sometimes they won't even acknowledge that. Right. But at least Bernie, the good communist, is acknowledging it has to be paid for. But remember what they always tell you: you progressive supporter, you will not pay for it. We'll go make some evil phrase that we come up with. This time we use the evil phrase Wall Street.
We could insert rich person.
We'll give you free college. We'll cancel college debt. And guess who? How we're going to pay for that? Wall Street. Wall Street. We'll get Wall Street. Now they don't give you any details on how that's going to work. Really, it's just we'll make sure that evil rich people pay for the mess you got yourself in.
You know what's amazing?
So don't worry about that. You won't come out of your. Of course, what we all know is we're all going to pay for it.
Yeah. Well, and two, what's kind of amazing when they say that, they say Wall Street like it's, Bernie Madoff sitting up in some building, making $1 billion, when really you're talking about mom and pops that have 401 retirement plans that own stock in all these corporations and depend on these corporations making money for them to get a dividend every month. That's how they live in retirement. So, there's some bad actors. I have no doubt about that. We've seen them on TV. They're constantly, keeping an eye on all that. You have a lot of regulation, but the process as a whole is not immoral unless you're a devout communist.
Right.
Which may be the case.
What about Wall Street?
Yeah, again, it's another plan that won't work. Because the same people that get free college are going to pay the Wall Street taxes when they get out and start their retirement. So, again, you're still paying for college. You just got Bernie in the middle taking a cut.
Yep.
I don't know why people can't see that.
It's not that complicated, but it does require some thinking and logic. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
misplaced, and I'm gonna tell ya. Don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. No, oh, oh, and I ain't never gonna stop. Come on. Listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful?
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we have made our way back. If you're looking to hire, well, you got to make a good move right now. And people are wanting to work. Not really. But the ones who do want to work, don't you want them? The cream of the crop, right? And you really don't want to waste time interviewing people that are not going to meet the criteria. So why don't you get LinkedIn.com/Bubba to help you with that? And by the way, as a listener or viewer of this show, your first job post is for free by using our URL, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They talk to you, they set up some screening questions, and they go out there and vet out, people that you really shouldn't be wasting your time interviewing. Then the role you have available is placed in front of people you would actually want to hire. They kind of help you be more efficient with the process. So why don't you go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba right now and post your job for free, or look for the link we have at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. But Bubba, how about this? Maybe this is good news for Jeopardy. They had Aaron Rodgers come and host Jeopardy, and it looks like the ratings were up by 14%.
Yeah, got a little 14% bump. Honestly, for it to be Aaron Rodgers, I thought they would get more of a bump than that. But I realize a lot of the Jeopardy people don't know who Aaron Rodgers is.
Correct.
And the fact that the people who were competing that night, none of them got any Packer questions correct.
None.
Got none.
Zero.
None.
Alt.
So I thought he'd be a little more than that, honestly.
Well, 14% is a pretty good jump. And what I was worried about is that the viewing may go down because the Jeopardy people go, as you said, we don't know who this man is. And then when they found out he played football, there might become some pushback.
How did he do? I didn't see any of it. Did any of y'all? Was he smooth with it?
Well, I don't watch Jeopardy.
See, I fall in that group. Hey, that's Aaron Rodgers, but I can't handle Jeopardy, so I'm not watching.
Yeah, I don't like Aaron Rodgers enough to watch him do Jeopardy.
But you love Aaron Rodgers because you love the Packers.
But here's what I've heard from the Jeopardy people that work with him. They said, because I saw a story on this, that he was a pro, that he prepared and spent. He didn't just go and teach it treat it like some exhibition where he came in and goofed off. He actually went in, and they said he was committed to doing a good job and actually worked his tail off and was a very good host.
Let me ask you this.
The people there that produced the show loved his work ethic.
They thought he'd just show up and kind of phone it in, make an appearance.
Yep. Well, I mean, let's face it, that's what I would do if I was Aaron Rodgers.
So, Rick, let me ask you this: if you had,
no, I'm not going to phone in at the game.
If you had to watch Aaron Rodgers, okay, you had to.
Oh boy, this is good.
Had you rather watch him hosting Jeopardy, on Dancing with the Stars, or maybe giving a talk about ham radio?
I'm back to Jeopardy.
Yeah, I'm in Jeopardy. My gosh, I'm watching Jeopardy. I am watching Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Jeopardy, and I'm trying to answer a question with a question. Yeah. Oh my gosh, what is Packer?
I would have known the Packer questions. I would have known the Packer questions. That would have been it.
All right,
I think I could have got.
Here's some video. All right, here we go. We got some from Aaron Rodgers.
There goes a hand signal.
Here we go.
Title for 400. In the 1960s, these Midwesterners earned 5 NFL championship trophies.
Oh my goodness.
I have no idea.
Green Bay Packers.
Very good.
They have no.
Just blank. Just blank.
They couldn't take 60s and 5 NFL champions and go, well, yeah, that's got to be the Packers.
Good night.
Green Bay Packers. Green Bay Packers.
Look at that.
Anyone?
Is that the voice you use?
I don't know.
How about Aaron with his hair all kind of slicked down?
Yeah, I know. He's got to
I wish he'd wore his helmet for one round.
Yeah, just come out. What if you come out wearing his helmet in the suit with the helmet on?
Chin strap button over on
That's
side.
funny.
So anyway, what can you imagine? I'm trying to picture anybody from this show hosting Jeopardy. Anybody?
Oh, Rick. Can you imagine the disaster that would be?
If I've got the answers, I could probably wing it pretty
I don't know.
good.
I don't even think I could get through that part.
You know, I
reading the question out loud.
Well, that's true. We'd slaughter that.
Yeah, I could.
The Russian Tsar Nikolai. And I'm like, what?
Can you
the Romanov family?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine us trying to host Jeopardy?
You know what I would find myself doing? I would be going, gosh, I hope they don't choose that category.
Yes. Yeah, boy, this is going to be a tough read.
I think, but I'm going to throw this out. I think, and you may disagree in the beginning, but really think about it. I think we have a better chance of maneuvering through Jeopardy as a host than Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, yeah.
Because spelling, we can't spell either.
Well, I mean,
yes,
but
you're right.
But all I've got to do is say what Vanna's turning the letters around, and I've got the answer, right?
Well, no, Bubba, don't you have to say, okay, it has 3 S's. I mean, you got to look down at that word and count them.
How about a vowel? I don't know.
I don't do vowels.
I will say this, and I always talk
about why?
We talk about Jeopardy. I don't think I've ever solved a puzzle on Wheel of Fortune.
No, I haven't either.
Maybe when there's one letter left.
Yeah, I have to have so many letters left that people
honestly,
are like,
I'd rather have Jeopardy than Wheel of Fortune.
I would too.
Yeah, I'm
because
such
they
a
might
terrible
accidentally
speller.
ask a question. I know.
If I got a category that I recognize, like rugby or something, I'd be all over it.
What game show?
Favorite dessert?
What game? What
if I was in that?
That's so good.
Ways to use chocolate for 300.
Yes, I'd be all over it. I'd run the list.
Greg. Let's see.
This company provides
Alex?
syrup that is great on vanilla ice cream. What is Hershey? Correct. You finally got one.
Hey, Alex, I'll take Dang I'm Hungry for 200. Oh my goodness!
Stuff.
So
I'd like the category about to eat my arm off for 200.
I'll take Yum for 300.
So I'll take favorite appetizers for 400.
I'll take somewhat healthy snacks for 400. That's peanut. What is peanut M&Ms? So the
ways to fix.
What
eggs
is payday?
I'll take eggs. Ways to fix eggs at Waffle House for 400.
I'll take dinner time at 300. So what game do you think you would be pretty good at? I mean, you think you could go in there and do pretty well?
The Joker's Wild.
Joker's Wild. I don't know enough about cards.
$250,000 pyramid or whatever.
Yeah,
I can't remember the number.
That's it.
I think the pyramid. I think I would own the pyramid.
Password? I think I'd be okay at Password.
Password's good.
Do you remember Password?
Oh, yeah.
Did you like it?
Not really.
Really?
I don't know.
I thought Password was good.
It was okay.
But our favorite was Match Game.
I love Match Game.
I'd love to be on Match Game.
That was goofy. But
Now, I
it was
wouldn't want to be a
fun.
contestant. I'd want to be somebody else. I want to be one of the celebrities.
I kind of like Joker's Wild when I was a kid.
Well, that's what
I
he
did
said.
too.
I did
I
like
like
because you want to pull that.
Joker.
You want to pull the. You want to.
I don't even remember how the game works. I just remember that big pulling that.
It was almost like you were just playing a card game.
It really
was. You
was.
just tried to the wheel gave you your hand.
What about To Tell the Truth?
Yeah, I think
like it.
I think The Price is Right would be fun.
Now wait a minute. That's the one
I don't
like.
like that.
I like that one.
I would
because you got a little. You can kind of let your personality go in that, or let's make a deal.
It came on in primetime last night, and Drew Carey's got this beard longer than you.
Oh yeah, he does.
Really?
Yeah,
Gray
great beard.
Recognize
I bet that's funny.
I would just sit there. I really do think you could finally get on the stage if every time you do $1.
Yeah, $1.
Rick, you gonna do it again? Yep. Drew, $1.
I love those people that are so far off that everybody knows. They're like, no way.
Right.
At 4,000.
We were talking about
For
how
a
funny
case
that
of
was.
gum?
What are you talking about?
Press Your Luck. What about No Whammies and all that one? That used to.
I gotta remember that.
I can't
That
watch
was
that.
eerily close to the Joker's Wild.
I
was.
couldn't.
What was the one when they pushed the screen around? Was that Password? When that one person pushed the screen?
No. Yeah, Password. What was the one with the different sections, the banana section and all that?
Tattletales.
Tattletales.
That was fun. It came on right after Password when I was a kid. I mean, I'm sorry. Match Game. I like Match Game.
And the Match Game is fantastic just because it's entertaining to watch everybody cut up. Now, I will tell you this. If you're a contestant on there and you really want to win, Match Game was very frustrating because all they're doing is trying to have the best line of the day. They don't give a rip whether you win or not.
I mean, they were there to promote themselves.
And you remember, too, Hollywood Squares? We didn't talk about
Hollywood Squares was good.
Now, as
You
far
mean
as
with Paul Lynn in the middle square?
Absolutely.
modern day ones, have y'all seen The Wall?
Will they drop it down that wall?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I have seen that.
The Wall's good.
And the person that
One
know what you're doing?
Yeah, like they show the answers, and you got to know whether your partner might
know them or not.
Get it. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyway, but when they drop them, it's really
what about
exciting.
that show that
very
Ellen
exciting.
was hosting during primetime where she would drop you through that tower?
Hers gets
down?
on my nerves, them shows.
But some of them were kind of funny. They had
a lot of
The Big Game or something?
Yeah, something like
Rick,
that.
you just throwing that out there?
No, I think you
right.
may be right.
Am I right on Big Game?
The Wall, though.
What was uncomfortable
it's no Goldberg.
Speedy can't watch The Wall, and I'll tell you why. Because the way it's designed,
Oh, my goodness.
the other spouse just assumes how well they think their spouse did.
Yeah.
And sometimes their spouse will be owning it, and
They
don't.
got to decide whether to take the guaranteed money or to take what
and
they want.
and they don't know it,
I know.
and they take the guaranteed money, and they cost them like tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And they have to come out, and the spouse that was getting the answers
act
right
like they ain't
has to
mad.
act like they're not mad about it. And you know they're
That's
like,
okay. You did good.
No,
And if you notice-
no, we got something. It's fine.
We got $18.
I busted my tail.
Right.
Yeah, owning it, and you robbed me of that.
They're too dramatic when they stare at the end. You know, I always loved you, and then we've been through so much, and then every time it's that. They need to get past all
they
that.
get hit
Let's
with a
decide
pie.
whether we're gonna win.
I want them to walk out and let's get to whether we did it or not.
Yeah.
And let's see everybody's reaction where Speedy has to walk out of the room.
Oh yeah. You couldn't watch it. You couldn't watch it.
Phone calls coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. We're the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So, Bubba, we were talking about Aaron Rodgers, and we'll get to some of your phone calls here if you want to get in now at 866 We Be Big. Another story concerning a potential NFL quarterback.
Justin Fields, Rick, is expected to be one of the top 2 quarterbacks selected in the draft. But general managers may be hesitant on selecting him next Tuesday after he shared medical information with teams across the league. According to the NFL Network, Fields has confirmed during the pre-draft process that he is managing epilepsy, which is a neurological disorder that can cause seizures. Now, the doctors don't think that this will affect him on the field at all and said he may eventually grow out of it because other members of his family have. Fields' symptoms have been less frequent over the past few years, according to the report. Ohio State's head coach, Ryan Day, who was his coach last year, took his thoughts to Twitter and addressed the situation. He said, Justin's health, toughness, and work ethic have never been an issue, and I'm incredibly proud of his professionalism and the character he displays on and off the field. Said he's never missed a game.
So if you're an NFL team, is this of any concern to you?
It's a minor concern.
Or is this something he's dealt with a long time?
Well, it sounds like he's had it all his life, but it is affecting him less and less, and they hope he's going to grow out of it. Rick, I would say it would be minor at this point because they have medicine to control that. He's obviously can perform at a very high level, and I mean, if it was down to him and somebody else, you might think about it, but I don't think that it would sway anybody with the ability to control that now.
All right, so you have your pick, and you can have Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, or Mac Jones. Who are you going to get?
You've named all of them available, right? You didn't leave anybody out.
Well, the only ones anybody cares. I said Fields.
Yeah, okay.
I include him as first.
I would say Trevor Lawrence might be my first pick. I think Mac Jones is probably as good as any of them.
I don't know about the North Dakota guy. I haven't seen him play. But evidently he's really good.
I don't either.
Now, which one is he? Is he Zach Wilson or Trey Lance?
Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Wilson's BYU, and a lot of people are big on him.
But,
again,
I don't know. I mean, obviously, any of those guys can turn into great NFL quarterbacks. But, with Wentz coming from North Dakota, that's kind of played out a little bit with the Eagles. I don't know. Would you have second thoughts about that? Does the BYU guy, does he play a tough enough schedule? Does he throw against the top defensive backs in the country? That might be a fair question. I don't know. But I think, Justin Fields has shown he's a great quarterback. He's very mobile. He's very fast. Mac Jones is when he has time to throw, he's as good as anybody. Joe Namath had even said he compared him to Tom Brady. Said he may be a little ahead of Brady at this stage.
Well, guys,
he did. He said
everybody.
No, Brady was a six-round draft pick.
Everybody was ahead of Brady at this point.
Of what he was then as compared to what he is now. He absolutely is ahead of
But honestly, if you're one of the first 2 picks, you're going to the Jaguars and the Jets.
They expect all 5 of these guys to go first round.
Right. So if you fall back into the 3, 4, 5 position, you could end up with the Patriots. You could end up.
Now the Niners have moved to 3. They're going to take a quarterback at 3.
Right. You could end up with them. That might be a better, long-term situation, just based on the historically. I'm saying. I mean, the Jags or the Jets might get good, but. Overall, the 49ers over the last 20 years have outperformed those other teams.
And like I say, 2 years ago from the Super Bowl, 2 to 3 years.
Right.
And then last year everybody on the team got hurt.
Right.
So you probably got a better chance to be on a better team with them.
The Patriots have proven that they have a good system, with the exception of last year. I mean, they've dominated for, forever.
How much less money am I going to get to not be the first pick? Is it that big a deal anymore?
Between 1 and 3?
Yeah.
I'm like you, considering
because I'm with y'all. I'm thinking
I might live with it.
I'm thinking, if it's that big a difference. But what I'm saying is, if it's not that big a difference, I'd rather wait a little longer.
Well, as far as your success in the NFL, but I hate to bring this up, you kind of got to look at the tax situation where you're going. I mean, if you go to Florida, you're gonna immediately make about 5 or 6% more take home than you would in California, or maybe 10% in New York. I don't know. I mean, that's things you have to think about.
All right, so now let's look for. Now we're back to just talking about Justin Fields because he was the story, but these other guys are mentioned in here. But if you look at his potential places they think he could fall, let's look at it from a tax standpoint. All right, so I could play for San Francisco. I don't want to be there.
That's a pretty high tax.
That's taxes galore.
Now they're going to pay taxes wherever they play.
Yeah.
You know,
we know that,
But they play a lot of home games.
Denver Broncos, Colorado.
I don't know about Colorado.
That marijuana may help.
Philadelphia, high taxes. You don't want to be there.
New York, high.
Minnesota's
high.
Yeah, that's the ones I think he may end up at.
Plus, it's
So there's a chance New England could get him, but again, that's high. But if you look at these, I guess the lowest taxes, there really aren't any, are there?
It'd be the Jags.
Yeah, well, that they said they don't think he's going to go first, but if he went first, that is the best
pretty
tax.
much figured Trevor Lawrence is going to Jacksonville.
I think they've locked in on him. Yeah.
Well, if you look at his height, his size, his throwing ability, all
He can
that,
run. He can do it all.
He can run, yeah. So that's a good choice, and probably I think I'm like y'all. You almost have to take him if you can have him.
Yeah.
Don't you? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give the BYU kid a look.
Yeah, a lot of people are really high on him.
Just because the way the NFL operates, and like quarterbacks like that from schools that are not as prominent.
Yeah.
Every now and you look around and there's like a quarterback on fire and you're not know where's he from?
Yeah.
You know,
like Romo when he came, you're like Northern Illinois,
right?
What?
And the kid up, where's the kid up at Buffalo that went crazy? Where's he playing?
Idaho or Wyoming?
Idaho?
No, Wyoming.
I always get those two mixed up.
I saw him play in college. I knew he was going to be good.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's off the beaten path a little bit compared to the Ohio States, Alabamas of the world.
But the NFL is notorious for you being a quarterback that is owning it, and when they say where you play ball, you're like, wow, I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. So I might take a look at BYU.
Yeah, a lot of people think he may
Greg,
be the
tell me
best
this:
quarterback.
what happened with the Niners quarterback? Did he leave?
No,
Buffalo?
he's there. They claim they're going to keep him, but like right now, it's not that he's been bad, but he's been eligible,
been hurt a lot
for 40-something games, and he's missed 20, almost 50%.
Right,
right. Not his fault, but injuries.
What about Nick? How's he doing?
Mullins?
Mullins.
Is he still with them? Or
I know I think he was. The last we talked to him, trying to get him for a podcast, it didn't work out. But he said he was talking with his agent, something about free agency. I'm not sure though. We need to get that dialed in.
Tell me the Patriots. What is?
A lot of people think the Patriots.
He's going through rehab right now. Nick Mullins is right now.
A lot of people think the Patriots will go after Garoppolo
because he was there.
Yeah,
and they've signed Cam again. Very marginal year last year, but they had a lot of people out. So several opted out because of COVID. They've done a lot in the off season. So, and I think part of that was they were just tired of going to the Super Bowl every year. They never got the off time everybody else got
in full season.
Yeah, it just ran together. So, do you think they're going to be better?
I do. I think because a lot of them opt outs will be back.
And the fact that they're the Patriots, they can't handle the mediocrity of last year.
Yeah, they won 2 in a row for them.
But do you remember when they were terrible?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah. We were growing up.
Thanks for being with us. Opelika, Alabama, see you tonight. Rest of you tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.